Well, I am live. I am live once again. We've got a planned conversation later. We've got other stuff possible. Whatever you guys want. Really. That's what it's all about. Whatever all that streaming is about enslaving yourself to the desires of the audience. And it's an interesting experience on that level. This is too loud. It's whatever. If you find it to be too loud, I just said it was, so you can no longer complain. Because I acknowledged it. It's actually not too loud. Is it? Okay, my gameplay's working. Okay. Yes, we're streaming once again. It's happening. We love live streams over here. I started my stream for a bit and it was private, which is not normally how people watch your stream. This is horrible. Okay. So we're live. Any questions, call-ins, thoughts, concerns, arguments? Everything is permitted once again. We got a planned conversation coming up. I've been reading some things, but mostly we had other focus today. That's how it goes. Sometimes. This should not... How do I... Okay, whatever. It won't work, I guess. Anything you guys got, we're here for it. I've got a planned conversation. We are very much here for it. Okay. Yep. So, any questions, concerns, ideas, comments, anything you guys got? We're here. We're streaming. We're waiting a couple hours for our Rudi Conversation. But I'm open to any other thoughts, any other concerns. I am indeed here for it. Well, yeah. Any thoughts? Any questions? Any clarifying concerns? I'm completely here for it. I'm interested in what you have to say. Everything is permitted, as usual. Whatever you're thinking about, whatever you want, we're here. We're streaming. We've got a lot of stuff going on. Fun stuff, great stuff. No drama. Minimal drama. We're just hanging out. So, any questions, any debate propositions, any burning, anything that's super burning? Um, it's a big deal. No streamer has ever had such active engagement. It's quite something. So, whatever you guys got, any thoughts, any big issues, let me know. Okay, great. But yeah, guys, we had some stuff going on today. We have a live conversation coming later. Um, yeah, I mean, we can chat about whatever. Whatever thoughts you have, whatever's on your mind is totally okay. We're just chatting about whatever, learning, discussing, same as usual. Whatever you've got. We're just hanging out. We're hanging out here. We're waiting for our live conversation. It's in the stream title. It's in 2 hours, which is now more like an hour and a half. So, yeah, in an hour and a half or so, we'll have Rudi come on here. That was my Discord. I apologize. Okay. So yeah, we'll be talking to Rudi in an hour and a half. Until then, I'm open to anything you got. Any questions, any thoughts, open stream. It's exciting. It's an exciting time. You can also prepare me for my Rudi conversation. I mean, I'm not really preparing. I'm not like looking to destroy him. I'm just going to honestly present my opinions, and whatever happens, happens. You know, it's all good. Okay. So whatever you guys got, whatever thoughts you have. Yeah, we're doing call-ins as well. So any call-ins you have, any thoughts, questions, call-ins, all of that is available at the moment. We're just hanging out. So whatever you're interested in, any comments you have on things going on, we are preparing for the Rudi conversation in an hour and a half. So that'll be interesting. So whatever you got. If anyone has any questions about things, yeah, thoughts, concerns, suggestions, whatever you've got. I should probably start having like planned content if I'm gonna do this, like a planned thing for the. I'll probably do that. I'll work on that in the future. I mean, I do have planned content in this case, but I figured if anyone has any concerns about what's going on, wants to chat, this is your time to do so. Otherwise, we're just hanging out. In the future, I'll probably like read more, learn more, do more educational content. Because that is enjoyable. That is more enjoyable. Call-ins are, yeah, call-ins are super cool. Call-ins are always cool. Um, you know, any topics are open pretty much, but you know, I'm just open. Streaming a bit early before the Rudi conversation. Just hanging out, just waiting for people, just to see what thoughts people have. It is what it is. We're here. We're hanging out. The Rudi conversation should be interesting. Certainly. Call-ins, questions. Okay. Call-ins, questions, thoughts, concerns, anything you want to push me on. Um, Everything's cool right now. We're just hanging out here. In the future, I'll have planned topics for the stream, but at the moment, I just wanted to leave it open, just in case people had any pressing issues, any concerns. Also interested in suggestions for guests. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few guests scheduled for the next couple of weeks. That'd be very helpful. That'd be cool. So if you got any guests, anything like that, any questions, like I said. We're also taking call-ins if you have a subject that you would like to discuss. Obviously, that's the point of call-ins. In the meantime, what was I using to? I don't even know. Okay. Any thoughts you guys got? And call-ins, of course. My recommendations are still incredibly edgy. For no reason at all. Xbox Live? No, I do not have Xbox Live. Absolutely not. Isn't every Xbox property like on the PC now? Microsoft was just like, we give up on consoles, just play it all on PC. We don't care. Something like that. But no, I don't touch Xbox. Okay, I'm not on the Xbox team. That's not my thing. All right, let's see here. We've got why is it making that noise repeatedly? I get it. Okay, thank you. Stop. Okay. But yeah, I got call-ins are still open. We love call-ins. Okay, we need right now. We've only had one call-in person, and that's a big problem, guys. We love call-ins on this channel. We love viewer engagement. That's what I'm famous for, as I said before. Well, I just got here at the last second. That's good. Yeah, I mean, a lot happens. Things always happen throughout the day. You know, things change. Things don't always stay the same. So we're just hanging out. I don't think I've ever watched a horror movie in my life, so that's your answer. I don't like those. I don't like horror movies. Not a big fan. I've played like Resident Evil and stuff like that, but Resident Evil isn't very scary or anything. It's just I like the atmosphere and the gameplay. So it doesn't really count. 0 horror movies. That's not my vibe, okay? That's not my thing. Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of psychoanalysis based on this statement, but that's okay. I accept it. We've got my bravest warrior in chat right now in the YouTube comment section. An absolute hero. Possibly the only one, in fact. Which means like it's an auto win for bravest, but you know, it still matters, okay? Okay. So yeah, guys, we're just hanging out. It'd be cool to like talk about things and move on. So really anything that you have on your mind, any viewer call-ins. I do love call-ins. We love call-ins here. But any topics, any questions? I could start like reading or reacting to something, but I don't know what that would be, and it might take up time. Maybe we should watch something about the state as like a warm-up. Maybe we'll do that. We'll do that actually. Why not? Okay. As soon as I get done catching this ball in this game. So yeah, we'll do some warm-up. We'll watch some state material. Why not? Oh, I'm done with the quest, but what if I want to keep doing the ball thing? Okay, that's fine. I'm done. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna keep going on. We're gonna keep moving on. I'd like to talk about Hegel some more, but I am getting a bit burnt out on the Hegel stuff. So hopefully we'll get a couple interviews about Hegel, and then we'll move on from there. And then I mentioned it before, but I do want to branch out from Marxism and see what other guests we can get on. Maybe push them a bit to engage with Marxist ideas or engage with ideas in general. It'd be interesting. Contemporary theory, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, unless you literally just mean contemporary works being done. Um, yeah, I mean, I just don't, I find a lot of it to be boring on the surface, and I don't know exactly where to start with figuring out where things are at right now. Like, what's the meta for the, I mean, if you have any recommendations, let me know. Like I was saying, I'm really looking for guests right now. So if there's any authors or people who might come on, but even if they're not going to come on, I'll look into them. And yeah, I mean, I could look into that. Um, yeah, generally I'm less interested in a lot of the contemporary stuff, but it's also probably like a blind spot that I should cover to fix. I shouldn't just accept that it's that way or whatever. So yeah. Um, I feel like that's a familiar name, but I don't remember why. Okay, looks like some philosophy. Okay. That might be where it's familiar from. That might be what it is. I need to. I didn't have a text file with recommendations, and now I do, so I gotta maintain that. I'm not sure if he's someone who would come on the show or not, but here we go. Okay. Um, games. Okay, games. Agency as art. Oh, this is interesting. Actually, I think I mentioned in one of my streams very briefly that the thing that is unique about games as an art form is their subjectivity, their agency. Because I think other aspects of video games as an art form are severely deficient. But the ability to have agency is definitely the most unique part of video games. So that's interesting. And then we've got games. It looks like some social interaction stuff. Oh yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, the grasshopper. Yeah, I just saw the mention that he was building on that. Okay, I see the first quote about this book is some Wittgenstein thing. Yeah, Amnesia and Soma. Yeah, I mean, I haven't. I don't think I've gotten to those yet. I think I want to, maybe, but not yet. The grasshopper. Hmm. Literary. Okay, that's good. I love a good literary book. Was it polarization or propaganda? Oh, that's a yeah. Real. Hmm. What do you mean your audiobook? What do you mean by that? Maybe it just mean that you have a copy of the audiobook. That might be it. Um Okay, let's see. Well, we don't go to Blue Sky. No one uses Blue Sky. You're recording an audiobook. Okay, that's cool. I hate audiobooks. Okay. No offense to you. I just hate listening to writing. That's never worked for me. Although I don't even know if I've tried. I don't even know if I've like tried to actually listen to an audiobook, but I just imagine that I hate it, so I don't really know. So don't anyway, but that's cool though. I respect it. That sounds like a lot of work also. That sounds like it would take a lot of patience and calm and tranquility. So, okay, I'm scrolling through his Twitter account. We've got a lot of lib stuff in here, but that's okay. We love lib stuff. Okay, what are the other things? What are the other things? I don't even know what you're talking about, okay? I don't even know what you're talking about. Did I say horror movies? Is that one of them? Okay. Well, listen. I mean, I think it's fair to say that horror movies aren't your thing, even if you haven't tried them. What is the third one, though? Xbox? Oh. No, I've tried Xbox. I played a little Xbox when I was a kid. So get owned. Get absolutely owned, okay? I haven't tried the PC version, but I've tried Xbox when I was a kid. So you have no idea what you're talking about, you absolute buffoon. Okay? How dare you? I don't want to get to I mean, I could just email him. I hate a lot of things, guys. I got to be honest with you. There's a lot more than that. All right, here we go. I'm going to type an email right now live. Here we go. This is professional. You know what, guys? Can I just make a comment while I have only my biggest fans in the audience, and this will never be used against me? I feel like professionalism is overrated. Okay? There's something repressive. I thought you guys were supposed to be leftists. That's what I thought. There's something repressive about this idea that you must conform to every form of professionalism that could possibly exist. And it's like, okay, sometimes there's good reasons for professionalism to exist, and other times there's not. And like, we can probably adapt some of these things and no one's going to be harmed. If I send an email with casual grammar to a professor asking them to join my podcast, I feel like no one's harmed in that action. I don't think something is lost in society if I do that. That's my hot take, that we should question our societal norms. I know it's pretty crazy for leftists to hear that one, but I think you guys need to think about it a bit more. You need to take it more seriously. All of you are leftists. You're going to say, I'm not actually a leftist. I'm actually a revolutionary. Whatever. I don't care. Okay. I care. Tell me what your label is, okay? I'll give you a... Tell me what your label is. I'll never misidentify you again. I'm sorry. But seriously, we have to question norms. Yeah, you didn't have to buy anything. Only on this channel, okay? On other channels, you have to buy content. I don't know if you guys have heard. You're doing this again, the Baker line? Okay. That's great. You're mystifying right now, okay? We don't do mystification over here. All right, let's see. What is my email going to be? I will write my email live. Better to bake than be a baker. Yeah. I'm going to boil that down to I don't. Oh yeah, you just mean you don't want to be identified by any label. You'd rather just be various things, and not be pigeonholed into a label. That's great. Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. I'm sorry. I apologize for doubting you. Okay, request. Personal philosophy of abstaining from identifying as thing as opposed to, yeah. I mean, that's what I just said. But, makes sense. I just had to think about it for like 5 seconds in a serious manner instead of getting upset, and then it wasn't that bad, so it's a good line. You probably shouldn't use baking, though, because no one does that anymore. No one does baking, so that makes it a little confusing. Or everyone does baking. You bake? Okay, what do you bake? That's cool. That's pretty cool. I don't bake bread. Yeaster? Wow. There's a lot of bread going on. There's a lot of baking going on. I'm sorry. Well. Of leftists. Well, that took a turn. This explains a lot of your actions that took place today. With a British accent? Okay. I can't remember where you're from, if you're British or you're just... I mean, you're making fun, so I assume not. I don't even remember. I don't know, I'm sorry. You should be able to, like, add, like, a note to every chatter so you can, like, write down information about them. So you never forget, and then you can impress them by remembering everything about them. That's community engagement right there. Okay, guys, I sent an email to your suggestion. So, there you go. How's that for chatter engagement? But yeah, for anyone who's hanging out, we're doing viewer call-ins. I'm just answering questions in chat, chatting as usual. And I talked about doing a review of something about the state. Let's see, how badly do I need to play this game right now? Not very badly. Okay. Well, let's look for something about the state, and we'll watch that for a bit. We've got about an hour to go before Rudi comes on. So we have time. I should have picked a different title for my video today. It was just a bit too. It was a bit too much. Every time I see it, I'm like, okay, relax. Should have called it like the poverty of podcasting or something. That would have been better. Why did I get lost in my... Okay. So I'll leave this game open for now. In the meantime, what do we got on the state? I don't know. I guess we'll look for a video for now. We've done articles on the stream, but videos are good too. Plato versus Machiavelli. Okay, can we get something? Thomas Hobbes. Okay, I mean that's okay, but can we get maybe something a bit different? What is 4PT? Dugan is like a demonic figure in my mind, so I don't know how to take that seriously. What is 4PT? Is that like a Dugan thing or something? But in the meantime, chatter question. I'd be interested in your thoughts on the American Revolution, how it relates to your Hegelianism. Okay, I don't know as Hegelianism. I don't know as a Hegelianist, okay? But maybe. And how you think politics of the 250th anniversary next year will play out. Okay, so American Revolution. So I think the American Revolution is interesting because it really is part of the bourgeois epoch. And it's a very intentional design of a state that is trying to learn from the principles learned from history in kind of a particular sense, not necessarily in a philosophical sense. It actually doesn't line up with Hegel as much because, no, you're right. That's something to contend with. What is 4PT, though? Is that like a Dugan thing? Just recommend me a Dugan thing and I'll look at it maybe. But the American Revolution was really concerned with this idea that you had to constrain the government and organize the government in a certain way, and that was really the task, right? So there's not a lot of care about society. Rather, the idea is that if you construct the government in the right way, the society will sort itself out. And so that's where you get the idea of like having civil rights and protecting rights, and setting up another important idea is the idea that the American branches of government are intentionally set up to expect and anticipate conflict. So it's kind of taking a state of human nature, kind of the, egoistic, individualistic state of human nature hypothesis. It's accepting that hypothesis, it's building on that hypothesis and trying to build a state that will grant freedom while also restraining freedom or restraining the government or putting the government in conflict with itself in order to truly ensure the happiness of society. Which is interesting because if you look at the way that republics were founded after the American one, they were a lot more interested in how do we give the most rights to the most amount of people, right? And the Americans were like, it doesn't actually matter how many rights you give to people if the state is corrupt. So the question should be, how do we limit the state? How do we set up rule of law and stability, and then we can guarantee the rights that way. So in that sense, it's a very libertarian, almost coded, and that's what you could argue why the American case is so unique. It's a libertarian, coded, anti-government, skeptical idea, but there's also very much the idea that the state needs to become strong, and Madison is big on this. The state needs to be strong, and it needs to uphold itself, and it needs to be strong, it needs to manage its own affairs, and it needs to be constrained in this manner of harnessing conflict. In terms of Hegel, I mean, I think, like I said, I think the American Revolution is the most distant to Hegel. Hegel is a lot more commensurate with the European story, where Hegel is looking at the consensus of society and the greater rights and protections that are granted through a societal consensus, right? So the idea is that we recognize greater and greater freedoms and rights, and then they become entrenched in society and whatever. That's more of a European idea of developing society over time, whereas the Americans were like, who cares about all that? You just need a functioning government. Like, you just need to have a functioning government that constrains conflict with itself. So in a very vulgar sense, you could say that Hegel's big on conflict and the dialectic, and you could say that the American system includes that. But I'm not sure that would stand up to scrutiny of exactly what Hegel means by those things. Yeah. And then that said, there is a democratic spirit to the American Revolution, which is definitely something that Hegel would be sympathetic to. So it's complicated. It is indeed complicated. I think there is a real difference to separate the American Revolution from the European situation. There definitely seems to be something concretely different about what was attempted, what were the goals, what was in mind. They had each other on their minds, but they truly were doing things differently. They truly were. The Americans were really interested in how do we set up the government institutions, whereas the Europeans were very interested in what are the rights that we guarantee or not. What do we even care about in the first place? Which is why the American case is more revolutionary in a sense, because the American question doesn't even include aristocracy, right? There's no part of American society that's like, we should have aristocracy and reactionary conservatism, right? It's like, no, we're going to have democracy. But then, because we only care about this form of democracy, this form of constraining the government, because of that, it can become kind of frozen in time and reactionary in that sense, that it's not expanding those freedoms. I think that's why Chris Catrone, who we always talk about on this channel, he's very sympathetic to the American case, particularly, because Chris Catrone is interested in that true freedom, that true democratic spirit that he sees in the U.S., and he thinks that the freedoms that the Europeans were obsessed with, the rights and the privileges that the Europeans were obsessed with, he thinks that is less substantive. There's something less fundamental about that. There's something regressive about that. You know, they're still saddled with the memory of the aristocracy, and they're still saddled with all of these things, and it warps things and complicates things in a way that the U.S. is truly unique in a real way. And that is why America is more revolutionary, in a sense, because it utterly demolishes the aristocracy and a lot of these things. And sometimes that can get lost when people talk about how America was a slave state, and it's like, yeah, true, and that's probably something you have to account for, but it misses how anti-reactionary America was in the sense of the aristocracy and the regressive social order. But then it had its own regressive social order based on a complete contradiction and inability to uphold true particular Lockean freedoms when you have literally slaves. Like, that doesn't add up. So it's complicated. I mean, there's a contradiction there. There's different ways of looking at it. I definitely understand the Catrone version of why the American case is more revolutionary. and I'm very sympathetic to it, but it's also at risk of missing some of that nuance, or missing some of that regression or contradiction built into it. Okay, so we have a challenge in chat. So if it has an inbuilt aristocracy, does it actually avoid the? I think that's a fair counterpoint. Um, so I think this is where my instinct is to say I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would at least put out the counter argument for it, and we can consider these two different opinions. So the difference between the aristocracy in Europe is that there was something metaphysical, there was something true, there was something actual about the aristocracy, right? So the aristocracy was a genuine thing where the aristocrats were genuinely above their subjects. Now, in the U.S., white people were genuinely above black people, but the basis was, instead of like a social status or a class, it was something fundamentally more human, which also made it easier to overcome in a sense. I don't know. That's like something like how you would make the argument, but I'm not necessarily saying it's correct. It's just that when you say like it's technically an aristocracy, it's like, yeah, but yeah, I think there's something more human about slavery. Not in the sense that slavery is more humane than the aristocracy, but in the sense that it's more focused on the human as such, right? That's what I mean. So aristocracy is like kind of metaphysically separating people, whereas slavery is accepting the human subject and then separating them based on their worthiness, but it's accepting the flat, equal human subject. What do you mean by outsourced? I don't know what you mean by outsourced. But yeah, the argument would be, I don't know who you're talking about when you say they, but the argument would be that slavery was more horrifying and like worse in that sense. Yeah, but we're talking about like, yeah, the European aristocracy had slaves, yeah, for sure. But we're talking about like the substantive difference in like the society itself, right? Um, like so substantively in Europe, they didn't deal with the slavery question in the same way that we did. We had to kind of confront it in a brutal way. Because there's a reverse story you can tell, right? Like this is kind of the Lusordo story where he says like Americans were uniquely racist, and Europeans always called us out on it or something. And so it's kind of like the extremities of slavery, the absolute like horror of slavery was kind of like a more direct conflict with it, whereas the Europeans never had that direct conflict because they just kind of accepted it, like you're saying, by an abstraction, or they accepted the aristocratic situation. Like it's just different. In some way, it's different, I think. I mean, you can critique that difference, you can come out on a different side of who's better or whatever, but yeah, exactly. There's something substantively different in the American case, I think. I always make this point that to me, I've always felt, and I'm like white, so maybe my experience is misleading or something, but I felt pretty strongly that racism in the U.S. is way less bad than basically every other country on earth. The problem is that we have to deal with it like up front and on its face, and so that is like very horrifying and horrible and annoying. But in reality, America has dealt with racism in such a way that it has like been more resolved than in Europe or other places. Because if you put just a few too many non-white people in Europe, and I mean you're seeing this now, I guess, or if you put other groups into other countries, it causes problems. People really don't like it. Of course, they can accept, like, people, like tourists will go and they'll be like, oh, I was treated nice. And it's like, yeah, you're a tourist, you're leaving their country. But you are like less than human if you are non the dominant racial group in a lot of countries. Whereas in the US, it's like, we might hate you, we might degrade you, we might like do really horrible things, but everyone is kind of like reluctantly accepting our humanity here. Like, and so sometimes we get tricked by how in our face the racial issue is, that we think that we're more racist than other countries. We can fall for the Chinese propaganda that America has a race issue and thus we're like unequal or something. Because China loves talking about that. Iran even talked about that when the hostage crisis happened. That was crazy. That was really funny. But in another way, we have resolved that issue way more than any other society has, because we've actually confronted it and absorbed it and dealt with it and struggled with it, whereas other societies have not. Absolutely zero struggling with it in a lot of places. Oh, you were at 4PT as the fourth political theory. Okay. Klaus Schwab, transgenderism, and AI. Thank you, Tucker Carlson. You have Dugan on, and that's what you talked to him about? Transgenderism, AI, and Klaus Schwab. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Oh, Tucker Carlson is so awful. Why are you a liberal? I don't know if this is like a aggressive question, like a rhetorical question, like why are you like this, or if this is like a genuine question. But anyway, either way, I'll answer. I mean, I've just my experience is that when you look at history, there is a kind of struggle with our own civilization, with our own capacities, whatever. And it seems like liberalism is the greatest attempt at reconciling those different things. And everything else seems to be in some way, possibly, obviously I wouldn't uphold this critique with the same feeling towards like socialism versus like Nazism or something, but everything else seems to be regressive and almost in a sense less honest. For me, there's something honest, and not for most liberals, to be fair, but there's something honest and struggling and realistic about liberalism, where it's kind of like, listen, this works. Everything else that's offered just works worse. The problems that we have can be resolved within liberalism, possibly. And again, there's all sorts of problems with a lot of these statements, I understand. But liberalism is, what I believe in liberalism is like stability and consensus and civil rights. I mean, when you look at society now, the level of free speech and free thought that people have compared to any previous time is absolutely absurd. It's absolutely unheard of. The ability for you to, and I understand we're in a socialist space, so this is going to sound absurd. And again, I do understand your critique, obviously, because I'm here. But the reality is that liberalism has allowed for the greatest, up till now, achievement of freedom, freedom in your own time, freedom for thought. And it does all those things. And I'm just, basically all the alternatives require some sort of issue. They have some sort of blatant issue, right? So if you're a reactionary, it's like, okay, well, we know what happens when you run society this way. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work when you don't constrain political power. It doesn't work when you don't have rule of law. We know that rule of law is incredibly important, that it stabilizes society, that it holds society accountable. We know what happens when you give too much power to political power. We know what happens when you have, I would say, radicalism for the sake of radicalism, right? I mean, if you have a revolution and the point of the revolution is, I don't know, we're angry and we want to overthrow something, we know what happens. People just start killing each other, basically. Now, obviously, that critique doesn't apply to a real, substantive, societal revolution. And people often have a hard time where they're like, oh, how can you oppose revolution when liberalism became a thing because of revolution? Well, I didn't say I oppose revolution per se. I said I oppose radicalism for the sake of radicalism, right? So to give an example, I've always thought about this. So Daniel Tutt was like, "How can you be a liberal? Don't you hate liberals or sorry, don't you hate revolutions? And revolutions are required for liberalism, are they not? Like you're just like, what are you talking about?" And so I use the example of Iran. Okay, so what happened in Iran, guys? Is Iran liberal right now? No. Are they socialists right now? Absolutely not. What happened in Iran was there was a sense of absolute radicalism, and I'm sure there was a lot of people in that society who wanted a real change, a real beneficial, a real substantive change for the society. And what they got was reactionary, Islamism, which is like unhinged. Um, and that can't be the answer. The answer can't be a revolution that creates a state which is you know unhinged, like I said. And a lot of the socialists and the leftists, they aligned with that revolution without, and I don't know all the history. Um, so I would say that I would imagine, based on what I know about history generally, that a lot of the leftists just kind of aligned with the revolution because they said, well, it's a revolution, right? And they let themselves get misled. And that's my biggest problem with leftists, is that they'll align themselves with a fundamentally regressive reactionary movement. And they're like, well, it's a revolution, right? And that's a big problem. Um, Now, if a revolution happened against the Shah that was genuinely democratic on the basis of civil society, and we had a liberal or a socialist or a liberal socialist or some sort of imperfect order that was better than what it was before, then that would be great. I'd love that revolution. I'd support that revolution, right? But it seems to me that we had a genuine regression, and there's countless examples of that. And you can't just say, well, you're a liberal, how can you hate revolutions but also come from revolutions? And it's like, well, I don't. It's more complicated than that. You ultimately have to have like a way of measuring or judging revolutions. Like you can't just endorse the idea of revolution per se. I mean, what are you at that point? Isn't that just reactionary in another sense? Like when all your political philosophy is, I love revolution in any context? Would you call liberalism, like you're articulating, conservative? Um, yes and no. You could call it conservative in the sense that it wants to conserve certain values like rule of law, democracy, um, like civility, stability, whatever. But I would object, and I would say there's something in liberalism that's fundamentally revolutionary in a minor sense, or in a smaller sense, which is that society should be able to reinvent itself and struggle with itself within the state. So through the parliament, through the system of law, through the executive, through civil society, through whatever, people should be able to revolutionize themselves, change their conditions in some way. And I think that's a fundamental tenet of liberalism, is that it adapts. You guys, a lot of leftists have remarked on the fact that liberalism kind of adapts itself, and it kind of like suppresses socialism or whatever by adapting. And I actually see that as a strength. Um, I mean, that is the point, is that if you have a society which can adapt to its own situation, isn't that a good thing? Isn't it good that a society can respond to its own conditions? Now, if it does so in a way that is, if it responds to the conditions in a way that is suppressive or insufficient, then obviously that's where the leftist critique would come in, or the socialist critique, and you would say, yeah, it responds to its own conditions, but it does so in a way that is insufficient, that is repressive, that is regressive or whatever. Kind of like Bismarck. I have a problem with Bismarck because he essentially did that. I mean, obviously I wouldn't support that, but also there might be a case in which I don't support it in theory, but I end up supporting it in practice, and then the question would be, how do you resolve that? And then again, come here. But am I ever going to talk to One Dime? Yeah, I've thought about it. I'm not sure. So I don't know much about One Dime. I know that One Dime has like a China thing. At least I've seen like a ton of episodes where he's like been like talking about China. I think he has like an interest in that. And I'm not sure what else, but I have thought about it. Maybe I should. Maybe that's who I should look for next. Anti-statist. I'm not big on anti-statist liberals. So again, as I was talking about the American Revolution, I think anti-statism is a necessary part of liberalism, but only in the sense that you are realistically constraining the state, sort of like how the American Constitution does, and you're necessarily restraining the state in order to protect the rights of people and also protect the stability of the state as well. So that's great. In that sense, we love anti-statism, right? Everything Trump is doing right now, I would say, is a overuse of the state. And, I mean, most presidents have an example of an overuse of the state, although Trump is an extreme. But yeah, I don't support overuse of the state. So in that sense, I am anti-statist as well. The problem I have is when you're so anti-statist that you basically deny that the state has any, I don't know, revolutionary or any ability to engage with civil society. I think that's a problem. And we're going to be talking about the state with Rudi in 30 minutes. But yeah, I think when you deny all of the state's ability to change itself, to engage with society, to protect society, I think you're doing a disservice when you deny all of that. I mean, necessarily, I think the dichotomy between the state and anti-state, it has to be dealt with in a more. You have to get past that. What do you think about the state expanding after capitalism taking on a new necessity? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a possibility. I mean, I'm not opposed to the state expanding in any case, as long as the state is expanding in a genuinely, I don't know, civil society based, human subject based. I mean, it's kind of like Hegel's idea, right? I mean, Hegel's idea was that the modern state was the most perfect, um, you know, existence of spirit because it contained the absolute individual subjectivity and the united universal at the same time. That something about the state was able to unite these two things, and that's why he was such a big fan of the state. And that's essentially what I'm articulating, really. When I talk about the ability to constrain the state, for people to flourish on their own terms, the subjectivity, but also to have the universal. I mean, that's really what I'm talking about when I talk about the state. Is such a thing as a non-human legal entity a necessary part of liberalism? I mean, I think you would necessarily have collective bodies of people because you have people. I don't know. I don't know about how that would apply to the liberalism question. I guess you have freedom to assemble, and in that sense, it is like a necessary thing that people do. Okay, we got a lot of comments. Hold on, so I'm working through these. Okay, so maybe it's an odd question, but what exactly is conservatism? Conservatism, I think conservatism should be understood two ways that are related but different. So one is just reactionary pastism, where you're constantly looking towards the past, appealing to the past, and you're trying to essentially regress and hold the state in place or hold society in place, something like that. It's essentially like what we would conceive of as reactionary. And then the other side of conservatism is conservative liberalism. So when people say conservative versus liberal, what they're really saying is right-wing, left-wing liberals. That's really what they're talking about. When we talk about conservatives in the U.S., we're really talking about conservative liberals. They're liberals, but they are conservative. Although I would say they're not really conservative liberals anymore. I would say they're something else under Trump. But at least in the past, they would be the conservative branch of liberals, meaning they hold to many of the same presuppositions and as liberals. And they just are, they're more conservative in their approach, I guess. But generally, conservatism is those two flavors, but I'll keep reading. Okay, I'll do the one dime thing, and then I'll answer the state contradicting. So one dime used to lean more explicitly Marxist, but I think his main thing is inverted totalitarian managed democracy. Yeah, as soon as you said that, it reminded me of Studebaker, and then you said he and Studebaker have a lot in common. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I kind of don't like that perspective, but maybe I should engage with it more and actually learn about what he thinks in particular, because maybe, yeah, that'd be interesting. What is, if you have like a particular thing that he, part of that theory for him that you think is important, I'd love to hear what that is for him, and I'll look into it more. But yeah, and then other question: how can a human subject be the fundamental unit of society that gives legal personhood? Well, again, I think humans naturally come together, and I think a non-human entity is actually a human entity in a corporate form. Corporate in the sense of any organization, unions, group, any group. So not just corporations in the sense of capitalism. But okay, sorry. What if the state becomes contradictory, like not in Hegel? Yeah, that would be the question, right? So that's what we're looking at here. I mean, that's really what we're dealing with on this channel. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm defending the Hegelian view because that's roughly how I view things. And to me, it seems like a lot of the criticisms that would say the state is contradictory are actually not sufficiently aware of and understanding of the conditions of the state. And they're kind of critiquing something they don't fully understand, which means they can't really overcome it. You know, it's the empty radicalism, it's the whatever, where you're just saying this is contradictory, but you're not actually aware of the conditions that make this thing necessary enough for you to argue for something that's truly ahead of that. But I could be wrong, obviously, and that's why I'm engaging with all this. And I think that could be interesting to touch on, though. What is the Conservative Party on one hand, like Mitt Romney, and what is the other? Yeah, I mean, I think Mitt Romney is really like just a conservative liberal. Mitt Romney is fundamentally a liberal, right? The others, I mean, they're reactionaries. They're modern reactionaries where their reaction is not so much based in the past, but in kind of a disjointed, incoherent mess of things. They're always appealing to some fear, some reaction. I mean, that's really what we've got now. And it's something fundamentally different, and I think it's anti-liberal as well. Because when you're at that stance of afraid of everything, critiquing everything in a fearful way, kind of like an empty radicalism in another way, I mean, that's really what we're dealing with when we're talking about like the modern Republican Party or. But yeah. So how do you explain the radicalism? Is it just uneducated? I think so. I think so in some way. Yeah. I'm not sure that. It feels to me like people don't understand the conditions of the state in terms of like the way I would look at it is like this, okay? So let's say you have a statue, and let's say the statue is held up barely on these like these like rough pillars that hold it up, and the statue took a very long time to build, and I think your average person, if they saw the statue, they could comprehend its beauty, they could comprehend what it looks like, they could comprehend how it makes them feel, they could comprehend all of that, but they could not comprehend the amount of work that it went into to make the statue, or what holds the statue up, or what the statue is made of. All of these things are things they couldn't comprehend unless they had spent the time to learn about them. I mean, I just don't think it can be that things are based on immediate knowledge alone. And I think Hegel has this point that you do have to comprehend the truth of things. It's not just given to you. And I'm not just making that point because I read Hegel. It's because I genuinely believe it. Yeah, but I didn't say. Um, that's a sub-Hegel perspective on necessary appearances. Hegel understands the statue as worked unconsciously. It's not. It's not that they're simply uneducated. It's that they just for whatever reason are not grappling with the full conversation. Like they don't have all the tools to have the conversation, and it's not like you just need to go to Harvard or something, because Harvard is not going to help you with that. It's really not. Um, I don't know. How can you be sure that you comprehend the given thing? I mean, you could say that about anything, couldn't you? I mean, isn't that like just kind of a your subjective knowledge could be wrong? I mean, I don't know how else to take that. Like, or I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems to be the case that my understanding is greater than I don't know, like a baby. Like I think a baby has less understanding of the state than I do, at least. Um, I mean, do you have an answer to these questions? Like that's the thing. Like what? Like no, I don't have a formula for calculating whether someone understands the state. But surely there's something there that isn't just given to you. You have to comprehend the thing before you get to. I don't have a position requiring someone to pass the given test to be able to. What do you mean you don't have a position though? I mean, I think you can critique anything, but your critique is worth as much as your. I mean, I just don't. This just seems like a fundamental truth to me. My explanation might be unsatisfactory, but it seems like a fundamental truth to me in the sense that, like, if I walked up to someone who has never baked in their life and they baked a cake, I would be like, "Yeah, you don't know how to bake cakes, right?" And then you could say, "Well, your construction of a cake is a societal concept. It's not given to you either, and so, you know, baked into the assumption of what a cake is the subjectivity that you have, and once they have the same subjectivity, it's like a tautology at that point that they would know how to make the cake. But I don't know. I just don't see I don't see an alternative to that. But I would love to hear it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave for a couple of minutes, like just 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. You can keep chatting. I'll read your messages when I get back. Okay, apologies, I'm back. I am back. Okay. Um. Oh God, the cake metaphor. Why do people listen to me? Okay, I think you're gonna have to go through a lot of back and forwards and a lot of cake. Okay. My point is, we're gonna have to think of some other way to make that point. Right. Is Dylan the most advanced liberal of the political science department? I don't even want to be in the political science department, okay? That place is horrible. But if I'm going to be the most advanced, I guess that's... It could be worse. So the cake is okay. Okay, but what if it was a perfect cake? They've never had cake in their life and they don't like it. And they say this is a good cake. And it's like, well, you don't understand the category of cake. I would say they are insufficiently equipped. Well, I would say they're not sufficiently equipped to make that particular judgment. But we're not really talking about a case like that. We're talking about a better example would be, let's say there's a cake and it's like a chocolate cake and it's like, it's not amazing. I mean, yeah, you're saying everyone's perspective is like relevant. Yeah, sure. But we can distinguish between perspectives. If you had two people, one who's like an expert on cake and okay, how am I sub-Rousseauian? Go ahead, articulate your point. I'd be happy to read it. I mean, I imagine I would be young Hegelian because I believe in the state of things like changing, reconciling itself in civil society. A right Hegelian would just say, stay mad, idiot, we have society. I don't think Rousseau thought that everyone could have a judgment on everything at any time. I don't think Rousseau thought that. If Hegel didn't think that, I don't know how Rousseau thought that. But, you know. He thought anyone could think anything about anything and it had equal value. Okay. Well, Hegel didn't think that, so I guess Hegel was a regression. I guess McNair was right. It's all downhill from Locke. I think Kant thought that there was a societal consensus, but that doesn't mean that everyone has equal access to that. Everyone has equal access to that in some form, but I don't think it means like everyone has immediate knowledge. Like Kant like argued that there was some sort of like societal reason, some sort of common reason. Um, I don't know. I guess I'd have to look into his philosophy of beauty and judgment or whatever. But no, I don't remember what Kant said about the day labor. I don't know if I've read that. Oh, actually, I do remember that. I don't know where, but yeah, I do remember that. I did read that actually. You just unlocked that memory. Yeah, but I don't think. But do you think Kant thought the specifics were irrelevant or something? I mean, there has to be something. There has to be something lost or not lost in the translation and the transition from um, immediate. I mean, Hegel, like these people don't believe in immediate knowledge. I think the split in Hegelianism was about more than that, but I mean, Hegel himself clearly did not believe that, like very clearly. I mean, he critiques immediate knowledge over and over and over and over again. I mean, he thought faith, immediate knowledge, this kind of like internal feeling. He was very pro science. He very much was in favor of the idea that you have to labor to understand, like to understand something. You have to really work to understand something fully. That was like a big part of his. So it can't be as simple as. What do you mean valid? What do you mean valid? I never said it wasn't valid. I said it wasn't like as valid. It wasn't. If you're ranking it, if you're analyzing it, it's not the same. I never said it was invalid. Okay, but do you not think that Hegel would objectively like Hegel would just not have agreed with that? Or do you think? Well, I feel like you guys are basically saying all opinions are equally valuable. I do think feel like that's the argument because all I said was that not all opinions are equally valuable. That's literally all I said. I didn't say that there weren't different ways to understand opinions or different ways to understand the knowledge gained for what them or whatever. I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah. I don't see what that has to do with what we're talking about, though. I mean, if the point is that like the subject has different ways of perceiving something, and there's no way to like resolve those differences in theory, like yeah, I never said otherwise, but in practice, it's pretty clear to distinguish between opinions. Okay, but if someone who is very well educated and the way we got here is says that the society is not exploding, and some random guy says it's exploding, I don't see how I'm supposed to value that because it's a thing that someone feels, thus it's true. How is the argument evidence? I mean, I know what you mean, but I also feel like it's okay. Well, you have to. I feel like you have to develop your argument a bit more because right now it's coming across as uh, all people have an opinion that matters and is necessary, and so every opinion matters because it's necessary and relevant. And yeah, that feels more polemical than Hegelian. And I'm not sure that my perspective on that necessarily makes me a right wing Hegelian, considering Hegel himself didn't believe that. I guess I don't know about the. Yeah, I'm not sure about. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not saying it's that simple. Like, there's obviously like things to concede. Like, it's not as simple as that dichotomy. But I also think if we lean too heavily into the idea that like everyone has necessary knowledge, then that's kind of absurd. Well, I feel like you guys are. I feel like you're not breaking out of the dichotomy or just arguing for the other end of the okay. You're just arguing the other end of the dichotomy. You guys need to type more than like 5 words, okay? Do a paragraph, and I'll respond to it. Paragraphs only. Okay, Rudi will be on soon. I'd be happy to continue this another time if any of you want to message me or come back to stream another time. We can dig into this again. I'm not conceding. I'm not I'm not surrendering the argument or like running away from the argument. I'd be happy to have it explain how I'm Sub-Rousseauian and all that. If anything, I'm arguing that ways of knowing are monolithic, but the verbal educator is contingent and subjective. Yeah, I think I mentioned that though, didn't I? I feel like I mentioned that originally with the cake argument. So I already conceded that you could argue that the knowledge of cake that we have, that the experts are dealing with, is a knowledge that they have that is contingent to society. It's not like a gifted by immediate knowing either. So I already conceded that you could say that, the conception of the state that we have is contingent. It's not like some objective knowing. So I already mentioned that with the cake thing. That was what I literally said about the cake. Was that I acknowledge that there's something contingent and subjective about the cake, but not that. But that doesn't mean the levels of knowing. Okay. True. Rental bikes. I don't know what the problem with that is, though. Don't you want people to have transportation? Or are you a reactionary who hates transportation? Yeah, we'll be talking to Rudi soon. No idea how that's going to go. But it'll be okay. It'll be a good conversation. Alright, let's watch Dugan for 2 minutes in the meantime.
The Stoa is...
That's not the right one. Um... Why does this never work? Okay. The Dugan hour is here. More like the Dugan 2 minutes. I forgot this guy's Russian. I didn't forget. How do I know? There's no timestamps. How do I find the good content? Okay, this just sounds really dumb. I hate this. I hate this. I just reading the description about the fourth political theory, and I hate it. It's literally just liberalism is bad, Marxism is bad, fascism is bad. I mean, I guess I didn't read it, but yeah, I think you are against transportation, and I stand by it. Okay. Hmm. Oh, this is just making me want to. I mean, if you're baking all the time, you'd have a hard time transporting. All right, I'll change the stream title. I'm sure we're starting in a minute, so. Okay, are there any videos about this that are Derek Varn? Oh, they didn't have him on. Okay, well. It's like Trump. I mean, I feel like he's okay with Trump, but who knows? Okay, I'm scrolling too much. This is not good. I don't even know what this website is. Okay. Welcome everyone to the Rudi Zone. We're about to get started here. The title is accurate. We're talking about things and the state. Should I add that to the title? Why not? Okay. Wait, what happened to the call? Okay, my Discord is just not working, but hello. Maybe?
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you. You're good.
Good. I hope the quality is a bit better than usual because I'm using
It
my
is.
microphone,
It is better, yeah.
my build. Good.
Okay, welcome. Yeah, so we've got Rudi back, guys, and we're talking about the state, I assume, and we'll see where that takes us. But do you have something you prepared to start with, or?
Yeah, I thought last time, and what I meant with like psychologism was in relation to the idea that, or like the perception and critique that in capitalism cause and effect get swapped.
Right.
They switch places. And so I wanted to talk, and this, let me address this first. This is not like, I prepared this before the whole drama stuff. I had this idea, right? It's not like out to get you now, but like I thought like I wanted to challenge a bit how you read the 18th Brumaire.
Okay.
Because I think Marx can come to all the conclusions and make unfold what he saw during the second Republic only on the basis of what he already perceives as the social relations in capitalism, if not yet completely drawn out. Right, like he already assumes there are proletarians who are like who can have no other interest than to change their situation, and a bunch of stuff. So that's where I would like to take it,
Okay.
but I can develop it further.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. How do you think that applies to like a misreading of the, or how I read it specifically? What do we? Because I know we talked about it.
Because
I think
it's a
like yesterday, but yeah, go on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You go on.
Um, it applies in the sense like, why is Marx making this argument that he says like, or the observation that he says like, the Bonapartist state has to come in when the bourgeoisie can no longer and the proletariat not yet rule?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's like, what is the reason why he can claim that the bourgeoisie cannot yet can no longer rule? That is because he assumes in the back, or he in the back of all that, the bourgeoisie is already self-contradictory, and it is self-contradictory because of the social relations in the capitalist mode of production.
Okay. So what is it
And
about?
so I think
Go on if you're
Mhm.
not. Well, I was just gonna ask, like, what is what is it about the contradiction in production that makes it so that the bourgeoisie absolutely can't rule on their own terms?
because the bourgeoisie splits, like the third estate splits into two parts necessarily, into capitalists and workers. And through that, the ones who become capitalists, either by um, owning property like estates, right? Who can become capitalists via rent extraction, or become capitalists via manufacturing production and then is industrial production. Um, they these capitalists, they are all in competition with each other at all times, and that's not because they want to be, but it is a necessity of the mode of production. So that is the one part of the bourgeoisie. The other part of the bourgeoisie are the workers, but they are always like the non-bourgeois part of the bourgeoisie. That's why we can have, I think, why we can have all these cultural, sociological debates about what constitutes a worker. Um, but the workers are the bourgeois who still operate like they are just citizens, bourgeois subjects, but who are always threatened with losing everything once they lose their work. And so some of them might be able to accumulate a little bit of wealth, which is not the same as capital. Um, and then they would be petit bourgeois, right?
Right.
They could make these illusions to themselves that they're like, oh, I'm actually like this big. I could also be like the big factory owner, but that has something to do with their um, like their standpoint or the perspective, who they look towards. Um, and so the ones of them who are workers, and there comes two, like one word serves two functions, which is proletarianization is the process of losing basically, losing everything but your labor power, potentially. And then the proletariat is also the most conscious element of the historical task. But those are not necessarily linked. But Marx links them up, I think, to make clear that that's the whole, like, the self-negating class, like, right, the subject who has to self-negate in order to make all classes disappear, like transform society so there are no necessity for class relations anymore. And then I'm done. The reason that I bring this up is because I think it would help us both and the conversation around this text by Marx and the idea about the Bonapartist state if we clarified, like, on which of the operating assumptions in the background of the text and the thought of Marx we disagree, because then it becomes more clear.
Right, that makes sense. So you're essentially saying that the reason why the bourgeoisie specifically can't rule is because they have their own disputes, and society essentially needs some force that handles the issues among the bourgeoisie, among the workers. Like, you have to something outside of all these forces has to handle them. There isn't one of them can't win in the sense that it would just overwhelm the state. Something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so which one of these leads into, like, some Marxist core beliefs outside of the text specifically? Which one of these do you think that you suspect that I wouldn't agree with?
Of what I just said?
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I think it's not that I would disagree with kind of the status of these things. It's more like kind of the implications, or like the philosophical justification. So how exactly we categorize these different groups, or how we describe the meaning of their situation. That there's necessarily, like, a contradiction, that this contradiction means something, that it has to be resolved. Like, all of this question is what I would be interested in. Which
Yeah. I think that's already, like, Marx as a Hegelian is already working through what he perceives in the world, right? And is, like, interested in the appearances of, like, the politics of French socialism, political economy, but he really goes ham on that after the revolutionary attempt in the Second Republic. So I really think that the reason why Marx did not attempt with the 18th Brumaire to point out Louis Bonaparte as, like, the thief of democracy, so to speak, but rather that he tried to give a critique of what the circumstances are around this guy being able to embody this farcical contradiction, relying on the glory of his uncle Napoleon,
right.
but not even furthering freedom. Is, like, the critique is that he says, like, why can none of these forces in society and these political parties why can they not see how they contribute to the rise of this guy? Not in the sense that he is like getting one over them, right? It's not like he's not pulling the wool over their eyes necessarily, but Marx says in the 18th Brumaire, I would claim, and I claim, that the Bonapartist state is already there before Louis Bonaparte enters as a dictator.
Yeah.
And that has something to do, and that is important to draw out for me, because it relates to why the Bonapartist state becomes a necessity in society. And that is very closely tied. It is completely tied to what are the social relations in the mode of production.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would disagree with any of that as being the question of the 18th Brumaire. I think every time I talk about the 18th Brumaire, that's also how I understand it. That it's asking, what about society makes this a necessary, a logical, whatever outcome, and I 100% agree with all of that. But again, my objection would be, and I feel like I've said that many times, but my objection would be how we are able to diagnose that and what the implication is. So I don't have a problem with saying there's something about society that is contributing to this outcome. We have to be able to analyze it and critique it. We can't just say it happened magically. I understand that. I agree with that, but I don't think the questions are resolved just because that's a good question to ask. Like, I don't think the answer is included in the question itself.
Mm-hmm. So it's you asked me epistemologically right now. Like, how can we know?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, because when I read the 18th Brumaire, I was like, I understand what he's implying. I understand like the kind of the critique of society and the state as, included in capitalism in this way, and that you need a particular answer. Like, I understand all of that, but I don't understand. Like, to me, the book isn't convincing. To me, the book is convincing in asking that question and using a lot of arguments to help support the idea that that needs to be a question that's asked and answered. But to me, like, it doesn't answer any of the question. And I hear you saying that these are assumptions that would be answered in outside of this book in Marx. But yeah, I don't see any answer for the question of how we could come to these very specific answers.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. 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 Okay. That I understand, and I think that's correct. That's not in the text. That's not in the 18th Brumaire. Because he's also doing a very provocative, pissed off response. Like, in a sense, not pissed off as like a troll. I wouldn't take Marx to be that, and I think often people sometimes perceive him like that. I think it's more like a provocation as intervention to break through especially like the socialist, social democratic political actors. But yes, how can we know? That is a good question. I think what, like, Marx takes all of the political economy from England he can get his hands on, right? And reads it. And we can basically start there. Like, why? What would you say is like the epistemological method and claim in like all the bourgeois thinkers, including Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau, basically Enlightenment? Like, how do you perceive that?
I mean, to the extent that I'm interested in it, I'm interested in kind of philosophical, like, proofs that have some sort of coherent argument, that
Mm-hmm.
coheres with experience, but in a way that is not just kind of affirming your experience or something. Like, it can't be as simple as affirming your experience. It has to, critique it, whatever, understand it. But there has to be some sort of philosophical, logical basis, right? So, like, when Hume looks at society, he doesn't just say everything that people say is true, but he does take society on its own terms. So people say that morals are good for all these different reasons, and he says if we rationally look at it, and if we can use experiential, personal examples to prove it, but if we, like, rationally apply some, like, type of scrutiny, we can find out that really people might value morals for completely different reasons than what it says on the tin or whatever. And that's essentially all of that philosophical tradition is assessing why do we believe things, how can we critique these, how can we apply them to our experience, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a fundamentally there's like a philosophical claim. There's a claim that we can know the truth of things, we can critique the truth of things, whatever.
Mm-hmm. And that, yeah, yeah, yeah. And that would be the application of reason, right?
Right.
Like the judgment and like the yeah, that I would say is like Kant already immanent critique, and I would take like Rousseau, for example, to be on the question of society one of the first um, very clear instantiations of that, right? Where Rousseau is like, yes, we get society, and it's both creating our shackles, but it's also the basis of our freedom, right? It is corrupting to us, it pathologizes us, but it's also the grounds of which we can be free.
Right.
So yeah, so that's I think that's the method. Like when Adam Smith writes The Wealth of Nations, he's looking at what are people doing in the marketplace, how can they do what they do in the marketplace, where do commodities come from, and then he's like looking at it and he's like, okay, there is um, a division of labor necessary. That's why we can exchange the way we do, and it is the basis of our society at the end of the day. Like that's what Adam Smith worked through in The Wealth of Nations. And of course, he also makes a claim about the predominance of the division of labor and labor as the basis of society. Um, but he does that because with everything he sees around him during the time he's writing in, he has to make a necessary judgment, which is involved in his thinking. He has to, with through his reason, he has to judge at a certain point and say like, okay, I'm looking at all these different things, and these guys are talking about morals, and these guys over here are talking about parliament, and there's the king, and we have some conservative aristocrats, and they're philosophers in the back too, who tell all of us we are like um, misunderstanding the spirit of God or something. But what do we all engage in? If I try to subtract all of that, we are all engaging in commerce. That's Smith, right?
Right.
Would you agree with that, or is that like, are you with me still, or?
Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure because I think Smith makes a lot of, like, there's some description in Smith, and then there's some like prescription almost. Like there's something necessary about this structure. There's something necessary about this lens, and I'm not sure how much I would agree with that. I'm not familiar with all of the particular claims that he makes. The idea
Mm-hmm.
that everything is about labor, I think I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. It is like a fundamental building block of society, and the way that labor manifests itself. Technically, I might agree with him on all of that, or a lot of that, or whatever. But I wouldn't necessarily agree
Mm-hmm.
about the idea that like labor itself is what determines your worth and existence, because I think that that's just not encompassing or accurate or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but isn't that okay? That's good. I think that's we are getting for me something at something interesting because the claim with like the basis of society is labor and exchange is only about like um the point of like you can make all the ideas you have, we all of us, um, nevertheless have to reproduce our existence, right? And we do that in society because we are also the social animal. So our reproduction, um, with the advent of um, bourgeois social relations, is shared. I can participate, like I can rely on um, like being an artisan because I know there are other people who bake the bread for me, and there are other people who make the wheat for the baker, right? So I can reproduce myself um, materially on the basis of a shared society, right? That's what society is, and um, whatever uh, idea, and that's where the enlightening part comes in, and where like I'd claim that Marx goes along with that, is that Smith already says like um, whatever ideas I we all might have about this process, to a certain degree, that doesn't change the process because the process has become reality, right? And in that sense, like this the epistemological question already becomes different from um, like pre-Socratic metaphysics, for example, or even like Descartes' cogito ergo sum, because Adam Smith is answering to Descartes, yeah, that's completely true, man. But where's that like um what is the reality of that I? What is the material basis of this I that can doubt itself?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, I don't have a problem with applying that. I'm not sure that when you kind of stay there, when you stay in that perspective, I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about defining humanity on those terms. I'm not sure that that necessarily gets us. Yeah, I think it can take us to the wrong place, because how do you explain, for example, I think you have a hard time explaining most historical events if you're just talking about labor and reproducing yourself or whatever. You wouldn't have a conception of the human being that goes outside of the their material existence, their labor, whatever. I mean, there's something about the human being that, and the human's activities that are just not definable in those terms. That you just can't use those terms for, which is why there's such a basis on subjectivity and consciousness itself, because there's so much that happens there.
But what would have you? Do you have an example? Like, what do you have in mind? Let's be concrete.
I mean, it could be as simple as the like literally any historical event. So like for example, let's say in the past, there was a lot of kingdoms falling and kingdoms coming, and I am not sure that the like religious basis of that society was purely definable in terms of labor. I think there's a sense of like the human being self-understanding how they relate to society, that is outside of labor, right? Like how you relate to society, how do you engage with other people, how do you understand other people, how do you understand morality? Like these seem to me very outside of material reproduction, whatever. There's something about that social situation which just has no like reflection in material basis necessarily.
So, for example, we're talking about how like let's take a Athenian citizen, okay? Are we talking about how a Athenian citizen relates um, to the ritual and the priest? Is it something like that that you have in mind, and what they like experience in that relation?
Yeah, it could be, or even the family, right? Like how they in their day-to-day lives they interact with their family, they interact with their neighbors, they interact
Yeah.
with like religious like figures. Like all of these activities require like some sort of engagement, some sort of like reckoning with your own consciousness that is not included in labor, included in the understanding of labor as the
Yeah.
basis of society.
Yeah. And the claim by, okay, there are two things, like the young Hegelians and also the left Hegelians. They are not always the same. Um, the left Hegelians say like that's all ideology. It's all like the whole perception, your own self-understanding is ideology. That's not even like necessarily Marxist, but they all say like this um, involves both your subjectivity, putting itself behind your back, um, into the positions of um, like like a misrecognition of your own activity. That's the claim of the left Hegelians about like religion, for example, right? Um, and I would say um, the question is like why is there the necessity of a unit in um, in society like the family, and what is the understanding of the family, like what is the necessity um, of a unit like that coming into existence? Like why have we moved from tribes and like these weird nomadic people in the Neolithic age? Why have we developed the way we did? What was the necessity in the back of that? And on that note, it's like at the same time that involves always taking into account that what we are doing right now when we talk about this, we are um, necessarily putting ourselves, we are imposing our own bourgeois subjectivity on these people. because we look back into history, and before the bourgeois revolution, there is not in the same way that is today a concept like history that's already involved in bourgeois subjectivity, right? So we impose ourselves because we cannot go back to like a subjectivity that comes out of a different metaphysical understanding of the world.
I mean, I still
There
don't
were a bunch
think.
of things. Sorry. Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, I understand. I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that everything is ideology. I disagree with the idea that that matters as like a distinction. Um, because I think the human being is constantly involved in misrepresentation and confusion and all of that. And I don't think that like labor is necessarily outside of that process of misapprehension, confusion. I think that there's all sorts of things which contribute to, your subjectivity or experience, and these are not summed up in labor, and they all might be misapprehension, but they're not misapprehension on a necessary basis. Like there's only a certain kind of misapprehension, certain things that are misapprehended, a certain method of misapprehension. I think it's more divergent than that. It manifests out of specific phenomenons in specific ways. It's not like
Mm-hmm.
this cloak of ideology that manifests in the same way every time or something like that.
Mm-hmm. 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 No, I don't think it's a cloak necessarily, but let's say like um and I don't make do that to be pedantic, right? I really think it creates clarity if you like walk through these things on like a very basic level, because I feel like in the academy and like in the with postmodernism in the background and all of that, we both have like baggage where people hide in a sense behind like academic concepts, and they don't really have to explicate what they mean. So let's take, for example, and I think that's not a mischaracterization, but if I mischaracterize, please shout at me and say, like, get the fuck out of my stream. But let's say you disagree, or like we both have a different conception of the state. There's a certain divergence, or we come to our understanding of it via different paths, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Um, so, and we could say that's like a question on an ideological level, right? So, if you what can you be sure of to a certain degree, or what do you have to tell yourself that you can be sure of? If you're hungry, you can get to the supermarket and get food, right? You can buy milk if you need milk. And um, whatever you might and that is an important factor. Like, how do you understand the whole complex of like why you can go out and be certain of buying milk, or having to be certain of being able to buy milk, um, is necessary for your self understanding of it and the world, but um, you can at least like you can go out and you will find a produced state of nature produced by humans. You can say that's like a defective, or like not consequent enough frame of understanding. But to be able to critique that frame of understanding, that this form of produced nature, that is all around us. Um, Sorry, I've lost my train of thought, but it will come back in a second because it's still early for me. If you want to critique it, you, in a sense, need to offer up a better frame of understanding it. Otherwise, it only goes into like deconstruction. I would claim. I think that's a dangerous trap of like the deconstruction of meaning and how can we really know that we know, and then you move more, I would say, into a realm of very interesting philosophy, but which abdicates, in a sense, of the responsibility of answering this question. And I think of like figures like Derrida, right? Like friend theory, even Heidegger to a certain degree, but he's still engaged with a problem. But that's on a side note. Yeah.
I mean, I am very sympathetic to very deconstructive, skeptical standpoints, but I mean, for me, I would say that we are essentially engaged in relative categories of truth. Like we can never really make a claim on absolute truth. We're dealing with some kind of relative truth, and we have to, be aware of that difference, be aware of our distance from absolute truth, and deal with our categories of relative truth on that basis as like as a first standpoint.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yep.
If Hegel says like the true is the whole, or the whole is the true, would you agree with that, or would you say that's like already too absolute?
I think in a very tautological sense, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with it. But I think generally there's kind of like that, like Spinoza in Hegel, where there's like once you start making connections between the whole, once you start assessing the whole on a certain basis, that the whole kind of implies something, then I do kind of have issues with it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good. That's important because I'd say that's like all of German idealism to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Is doing that. And there's an historical aspect to like why the German idealists did that on the basis of answering the question of radical doubt, and why that in our present seems like too absolute, and for them it seemed plausible.
I don't think,
because I think that's the point where we diverge. I think really that's the basic philosophical point.
I don't think
And
like
the rest follows from that.
I don't think it's like strange to me that they were obsessed with that at all. Like that doesn't seem strange to me. I find it like I've been reading a lot about German idealism, obviously Hegel specifically, but just German idealism in general, and I've been very interested in it because I'm incredibly sympathetic to that approach. Like it makes sense to me why at this point it makes sense to me why that's such an important move to make. But that doesn't mean I'm convinced of it, I guess. So I'm still in the point where I'm applying it in some ways in some limited form. I'm using it as kind of a way of better expressing certain thoughts or better conceptualizing the world. But insofar as it is a like necessary construct that is absolutely necessary for understanding the world, I just haven't been convinced of that. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I'm just not there. Yeah.
Give me a second because I have to like change my headphones because they run empty.
No problem.
Can you say something, and we looked at the audio is cool.
Yep, the audio is good on my end, at least.
So it doesn't pick up when you speak, right?
Oh yeah, no, I don't hear myself in your ends. No, that's good.
Nice. Nice. Okay, good. Um, so, yeah, what I would say about that is like, I really make that, um, I really came down like after moving through like some form of postmodernism and Lacanianism, where it's like claimed that like all um, everything is ideological in the sense that we can never reach what in the Lacanian conception is considered the real,
Right.
the realm of breakdown. Um, I I made a judgment at some point where I said, um, it has a historical character to it. And in the moment I did that, I was already, um, I would say like won over by German idealism and also Marxism as its um, inheritor, because for me the our society being so um, to a certain degree obsessed, and that is a necessary character. It's not like a character flaw of people or something like that, but like the inability of us to um, trust in a certain form of like truth claim nowadays, um, is for me explained when Marx answers to Marx's answer to Hegel is yes, but the when Hegel says like the whole is the true, and Marx says like yeah, but the whole is in capitalism the whole turns into false. Like everything becomes upside down. That's why he has to put Hegel, why he claims he has to put Hegel back on his feet. It's not that Hegel was always on his head, but that the world around Hegel turned over, and so we couldn't do this form of like um, philosophy of like debating the fine details in our leisure time, um, and all of us getting richer, getting wealthier, and maybe we have like a little character flaw, but um, that we what we actually reproduce every day, society, uh, comes to us in this alien form, and truth and falsity is bound up with that. Our conception of that is bound up with it. So in capitalism, it becomes it 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 attains a different quality. This form of like impenetrable realm of knowing. I'd say that I think that is bound up with postmodernity and postmodernism and deconstructionism, because it turns inward. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I would even go as far to say, I was going to make this one comment. I mean, I would even go as far to say as there's things in Derrida that I'm sympathetic to, but I would even say that Derrida is too systemic in that he's applying like diagnostic tools and prescribing a method almost at times that I think betrays like the something true. So I would even say that. But I am curious, why do you think? Because I'm very skeptical of the idea that there's something unique about capitalism that creates skepticism about the nature of truth. Like it seems to me that at any point in human history, someone could be skeptical about the nature of truth. Um, what do you think is the particular character about capitalism that brings us to that point?
It has to do with our concept of history. It has to do of with the like that the concept of history even evolves the way it does in capitalism as um, the latest phase in the development of humanity. And of course, like let me say this. Of course, I could be, and like every like Marxism could have too narrow a scope and be wrong on all matter of things. Of course, that's a possibility. I wanted to put that first, but the question is like, what kind of of subjectivity do different metaphysics in relation with different phases of the development of society, as in that like Hegelian way, coming to itself, quote unquote, realizing itself through time. How do different metaphysics develop from that? Because I think like we look back in like to the Athenians, right? And we that's also the point Marx makes about like republicanism and the in the 18th Brumaire, where he's like, yeah, the bourgeois of today and the Democrats, they have to cloak themselves in like the old cloth of the Romans. Like we look back in history, um, and we perceive ourselves in these subjects, but the truth of the matter, or like not the truth of the matter, but like the problem with that is it is a radically different society, and um, self-understanding of the people involved in society. If you have a form of slavery and household ownership where the slave truly has his place, because it is actually in that form of society, it is um, a right, a political right, and a justified right to take those that you conquered in a military campaign, to take them as slaves, because they really have, in a sense, lost their lives, right? It's not that like in another instance of a different cultural phenomenon, like it's not like shamanistic cultures um, were both true and untrue at the same time, just as much as the Athenians were, because they didn't have the ability, in that sense, to question their belief system, because the belief system had a functional necessity for them in their society. You were a crazy guy if you questioned it. Otherwise, we would have records of them questioning it to the level that we do, but we don't. So spirit, in that Hegelian sense, was not yet at the point um, to to realize itself in the way it was later able in the bourgeois society. And I think we write like on the quote unquote, what you like to say, like smuggling in. We smuggle in our own subjectivity if we look at these people. We take for granted a whole plethora of the development of concepts that are all with us that were not with them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with. I mean, again, it's going to come back to the necessity of that explanation for. Like, I don't disagree with kind of the descriptive claim of saying that there was something about their society that had a fundamental different place for the slave, and so it was impossible for them to conceive of things in strictly subject terms. And like, I have no problem with that. I have a problem when we describe it to some sort of objective, necessary process of spirit or of society. That's what I have a problem with.
But it's only necessary, yes, but it's only necessary insofar as it led to us. It is only necessary insofar, like that is, I think, the Hegelian point to say, like, this is how it happened.
Well, but
It's very,
The Marxist point is saying something about the future, though. That's the
yes,
that's the part I
yes,
disagree with, especially. Although there's something I disagree about Hegel about the necessity of it, in the sense that it could have happened in a different way, a different manner, or whatever. Like sure there would necessarily have to be an increase in a very like boring sense. There would have to be a recognition of those people in society, sure. But the path there, I think I'm unconvinced of Hegel and the specific steps he takes. Right? I mean, that's the hard part is how have you proven that path? It's easy to say that the kind of consciousness we have today, the kind of social awareness we have today, not just social awareness in terms of like being a good person, but like truly like the
yeah,
recognition of each other. It's easy to say that that's substantively different than the past, but proving the necessity of like a certain pattern of development, certain elements of development, that's the hard part, and that's the part I'm unconvinced of in Hegel, and that leads to Hegel's argument for why a specific method or a specific way was necessary leads to Marxists claiming a certain contradiction that proves a necessity. And
yeah,
those are the parts that I disagree with.
yeah, yeah. I understand, understand. Yeah. So there's really, in a sense, nothing else to say on, like, Hegel is only able to do that in the sense that he has not, like, everything that we can imagine and have in, like, our popular consciousness, like, right, like parallel universes and um, chance and things like that, and like quantum physics. Um, in a sense, that's all un that's all unnecessary for Hegel in a certain sense, where he says, like, whatever we can fight about these things for, we can debate that for all eternity, but what can I um, draw out from me looking back into history and asking myself, how has this history led to me? To me, among, and how is my me, myself, connected to the development of the concept of self itself? Why are there other selves around me, and what is our relation? And so for Hegel, I think it's like it doesn't matter to him if it could have different happened differently, because that form of speculation is only important insofar as it enables you um, to make conscious what you are judging on at the end in thought, because you will necessarily, by speculating, you will necessarily make a judgment at a certain point. And he would, I think, you could even make a Hegelian point that, like, to to claim the impossibility or difficulty in knowing is already a judgment in itself, unbeknownst or known to the subject doing it. And it necessarily involves a claim about history as well. So that's why that's one aspect why the whole is the true. There's in a sense no getting out of it, of the responsibility of it. So that on Hegel, I wanted to make that clear. I have something to say about Marxism and the conception of like what the future is, but yeah, that's on Hegel. Wanted to let you respond.
What is I what do you think, like what claim on history am I making when I say that I'm unconvinced of a particular narrative or something like that? Like what history what claim am I making on history itself?
You make the claim that it is way harder for subjects to make history conscious to themselves, and you ascribe primacy to an object over the subjective, namely the concept of impossibility itself, or like of like how to put it. I'm thinking about a good term, like the unknowability. You make a judgment about knowability, and you take the side of unknowability, and unknowability it is itself a historical developed concept.
Yeah, I mean, my response to that would be, I mean, I don't disagree that I'm making that kind of claim on that level, and I don't even disagree that it's a historically developed claim. But I don't think that either of those things, once acknowledged, have anything to do bearing on the truth of the claim. I think that's like another step you have to justify. You can't just, it's not justified in and of itself. It might appear like, oh, well, if it's a historically contingent judgment, or historically influenced, maybe not entirely contingent, I mean, like partially contingent, whatever, but like it may appear that that means there's something wrong with it. But I'm not convinced that that's enough to undermine the truth value of something.
Yeah, that's the question. Like let me put it differently. When Descartes writes, I think therefore I am, that has a revolutionary aspect to it, right? He has, like, he's writing that in a world where you don't, in a certain sense, because that's God's realm, right? And so, in that sense, unknowability is in that historical phase is built into the human. That's part of, that's like interwoven with the whole self-understanding that the priest caste tells the rest of society, and also safeguards. And so, like with all these enlightenment figures, who, like, some of them, Copernicus was burned, I think, if I remember correctly. Galileo had the whole spiel with like being constantly threatened and publicly dragged for displaying their radical doubt, right? So there was, and we have to take that into account, a very real, visceral, material aspect to them doubting. And I think we have to reckon with the ease as an appearance, the ease of us relying on doubt, and why a form of debate is on vogue, I'd say, which is only interested in the epistemic, or overemphasizes the epistemic against or without reckoning with. It's not a like okay, let me put it like this. It is not a question of pure will why people add something in their epistemic claims, like why they smuggle something in, why there is a certain ideological justification, because it is actually that's like the Zizek Lacanian point is like the non-duped still err. They err more because they, in a certain sense, have fallen to ideology, and the ideology is so insidious that it appears to them like they could shake that off at some point and could like enter into this like realm of clarity. Like thinking and looking into history is necessarily judging it, because that's the basis, that's an aspect of reason. There's no reason without judgment.
I mean, I did make the point that I think truth is like a relative claim of distance to the absolute. So I think we can make claims. I think when the Enlightenment thinkers were doubting, they were simultaneously skeptical and also making a positive claim that they could know better by investigating things in a certain way. And I mean, that's what I'm arguing for, that we can know better by applying a certain method, but also that there is a distance, there's a impossibility to our effort at the same time.
Of course, but the question is like, how do we explain that distance to ourselves? Because that changes a lot. Because I would say, like, in a certain way, I'm just like, my subjectivity right now when I'm speaking, and this is a Frankfurt School point by Horkheimer. While I'm speaking, I'm exercising my freedom, but I'm making claims about the whole as an instantiation of the whole, which cannot, but which isn't the whole. There's a non-identity. I'm a subject because I'm not the whole of society. But I take the position as if I could speak in the general by the act of speaking itself. I make use of all these words right now, which I ascribe general meaning to, where I claim, in a sense, I'm a part, like an embodiment of the whole, speaking to the whole, to itself. That's how I really understand what we are doing right now, right? We are two instantiations of this whole of society, which reflect on the whole.
I'm not sure that
is something different.
I'm not sure that gets us anywhere, though. I'm not sure that gets us anywhere to acknowledge that we are parts of a whole that we can't recognize, and yet we must recognize it to act in it. I'm not sure that gets us anywhere. Again, that seems like something like a tautology in some sense. Like, necessarily by existing, we are engaging in some kind of whole, and necessarily by, speaking with it from a perspective, we are subjects and not the absolute. I mean, that seems like an obvious factor, but that doesn't. I'm not sure how that gets us anywhere. That particular part.
But how would you how would you counter that? Like how is what is then um relative distance to the truth?
I mean, I would just say that.
Like how Yeah, please.
What do you think is incompatible about relative distance to the truth and what you said? I feel like they are almost the same in some sense.
Yes. That's I explained why how I understand and agree with that. And I'm asking you because when you say okay, but this is a tautology that doesn't get us anywhere, yeah, but what is the alternative? What is your thought on that?
My thought
How does
on
that Yeah.
my thought on what the distance is or how we can understand the distance.
Yeah, why is there a distance even?
Um, I mean, I just think the difference is because there's our own reason constructs categories that are insufficient. Like they're just insufficient. We have a glimpse of something. We have a relative glimpse of something. We say, oh, something absolute. Something absolute would look like this, and then we can't satisfy that. And so we're just kind of stuck using relative things, knowing that there's something out there that we can never comprehend, whether it's like the absolute we imagine or something different than what we imagine. There's a possibility that there's all sorts of things that are outside of our subjectivity. Like that's we're kind of bounded by that, and then we have to deal with that relative category. We can't just. I don't think necessarily you have to throw up your hands and say, "Oh, we don't know anything about truth," but we can only make truth claims that are observable and encounterable and all of that. We can't make truth claims. I don't think outside of that about the nature of God or the nature of the soul or whatever, like these kinds of things.
But would you say and isn't God is not uncountable?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I think any Christian would disagree. I'm not, but that's interesting because for right for believers, their rituals are their encounter with the divine.
Yeah, I mean, for Christians, Jordan Peterson likes to say like he when he does like that, recent debate style, he'll be like, "You believe in God because you speak of morality." Like you speak of morality, you speak of fact. That means you believe in God. He'll make that kind of argument or whatever. I mean, I understand that, but I don't think that makes it true. I mean, it's just kind of the idea that God is everything. Um, if you define God as being everything, then like, okay, but that's not. You haven't proven anything. You haven't. Again, that's like a tautology. That's like just positing the absolute. And I would say we can't prove the absolute, even if it's only in that sense. And obviously, usually God has claims, additional claims that are brought in. But even if we define God as only like the Spinoza, like I'm not super familiar with the specifics, but even if it was just kind of like God is the fact that there is a totality, then
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that kind of like deism, like to me that also is not proving anything. That's kind of a there's this way of conceiving of things, but again, since we have a relative proximity, we can't truly encounter. Um, Kind of like you said, like we're parts of a whole. We can't truly encounter the universal. So there's no way for us to verify that God is the absolute or that that's a useful metric or that means anything at all.
But is that sorry, I notice I'm getting really challenging on this, but it's it's honest. It's an honest challenge, an honest reaction. But isn't that a very scientific concept of thought in a sense of of natural science? Like, or I'm asking that because I'm wondering, and I want to ask something else, but I'm wondering about what is what amounts or not what amounts what constitutes um sufficient or justified proof that justifies a thought.
I mean it is effectively scientific. Um, Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I would say that we can only believe in things that are replicated, experienced. I wouldn't advocate that anyone believe anything that's like purely in thought.
Okay. Okay. That's a very analytic, philosophical
Oh yeah,
um,
definitely.
conception, right? Yeah.
I think so.
So it's really
I've always felt like so. The reason why I find Hegel interesting is because I think Hegel is a good way of conceiving of the relations between things and expanding your, I don't know, kind of like your tools when you're experimenting. Like you have a greater set of tools and analytical tools to understand the world around you. But I'm skeptical of the the essentializing it or making it necessary. That's always the part I'm skeptical of in Hegel. So when I'm describing to someone why Hegel is important to me, I'll talk about the subject and the object, or history, or all of these concepts. And really what I'm getting at is that there's something about that as an analytical concept that I put a lot of value on. Not that it's something that I believe is like verifiable or true. It's true in the sense that it's like a proximate. It will maybe be more true because it gives us a greater. So I'll give an example. So I have felt like after learning more about German idealism, right? And I'm giving this example so you can use it against me if you think it is usable against me or something like that. But so one of the things I've benefited from German idealism, or I appreciate, is I think it's a good way of modeling human relationships, in the sense that it emphasizes subjectivity and the necessary unity of human subjectivity, right? So I think that's useful because it gives it gives a clear diagnosis for why relationships are like just between any people, why they're necessarily plagued by difficulty because they have the subjective elements, and also that there's a way to unite them and see through that. But that is really just like a analytical, explanation for why people are the way they are. I wouldn't hold that up as a truth claim that necessarily that's how human relationships work. I think that's just a kind of a thing that I'm projecting onto it as a human. I think I'm projecting that method onto an observable phenomenon, and I don't have any way of proving that. It's very much something I'm projecting, which leads into what I was saying before, where I don't really reject the idea that everything is ideology, in the sense that we're constantly misleading ourselves in some way, because I do think everything is like projected onto, we project categories onto, and yeah, that would be an example. But generally that's how I apply and appreciate Hegel.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's something interesting to be said about, like, I think, like, Marx claiming against that, like, how recognition, like, against Hegel's thing about, like, misrecognition being still a recognition, and Marx saying, like, recognition in capitalism, recognition turns into misrecognition, which is something different. And on that note, it has something to do with that. It's like, why do you think, like, science turns, like, splits from um, like the idea of, like, Wissenschaft, like this whole um, realm of bourgeois thought where everyone is, like, a well-rounded
Right.
intellectual working in, like, 5 different fields, right? And you cannot really distinguish so much how Newton is also kind of like a philosopher, but also like a physicist. Um, why do you think that splits? Like, why does, like, the scientific method split into the analytic school and the so-called continental school in thought? Why do why does the British uh, Anglo and American world at some point in the university and the academic institutes, why are they at some point like, okay, all these Germans were crazy guys, they had crazy ideas, they made all these kind of claims about truth and the nature of things which they cannot really substantiate. um, we have to move to logic and facts, and you do that by applying the scientific method of what is it? Like you analyze your truth claims and your arguments in like how sound are they, where are like they, where's the logic starting to get into paradox. um like, would you agree that that has a historical character too, or do you think like, or maybe you think something else entirely, but would you, or do you think like, yeah, what do you think about that? I don't want to impose.
I mean, I think I mentioned this before that just because something is a historical phenomenon and has a historical character doesn't have any bearing on the truth of it. So, I mean, there's definitely clearly something cultural and societal about that turn, but I don't think that has any bearing on whether or not it's true. I think there's something true about it, and you have to demonstrate on its own terms why it's not true. But I wouldn't, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree that there's a historical character. I just don't think that means anything. You have to, I think you have to demonstrate independently of any historical process why that historical process also proves an undermining of that concept or criticism of that
But is
concept.
that a, yeah? It, sorry, no, no, finish, please. Sorry.
No, I was pretty much done, but just repeating myself at the end there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's like, and I'd be open about this because I want to study philosophy, but I have only done it now in self-study, and I will study it at the university. But I'd say like my that's my big gripe with um, the analytical tradition is that it treats the world like a vacuum, and I think that's an unrealistic impossibility, and it's more idealist than what they claim about um, German idealism in a certain sense, because it really reaches back to this realm, like to this conceptualization of like um, truth is something outside of us, somewhere, like a superimposed fact, like just a that has a reality cut off from our activity, and I don't agree with that. And I think in the political realm, um, that cannot be applied at all. Um, the political realm is riddled with inconsistencies on like this really like this logical basis. And I would make a distinction between immanent critique and this kind of like um, that's a bit mean, but I don't find another word for it right now. Logicism, because immanent critique is like, okay, I take all of your concepts and I try to work through them, and I agree with all of them. I don't do this like doubting thing at first, but I'm like, okay, I agree. I take these concepts up, and then I work through them on their own terms. But that's not only a logical operation. That's like trying to work through the nature of things and where they come up at their limit. Where this logical operation is really like, if I cannot help myself, but it's really like a math equation. Where it's like, unless like 1 + 1 = 2, unless that isn't um, um, not observed. What is the word in English? Like unless that is hold up, right? Hold up. Uh, your thought actually falls flat.
I mean, I think I just don't see any way of getting away from logic. I feel like when you, I mean, if I don't agree with the caricatures that people make of continental philosophy or whatever as if they're like random. I think the same logical thinking process that they're using in continental philosophy to work out these problems is the same as what they're using in analytical philosophy. They just have a problem where they can't resolve their method or their, you know, what they hang their hat on, what
Mm-hmm.
they're comfortable with. But ultimately, they're using the same
Mm-hmm.
tool. So I don't know how to resolve that. And I mean, using like very practical, very observable, I can't resolve the problem that it seems like a lot of the people who are upholding like this alternative philosophy and degrading logic are making worse and falser claims about the world, like in a very observable sense. And it's like, how am I supposed to take up the potential of this critique when it like it seems to me to be failing like so like observably, like, you know, I'd be interested to hear how you would apply this to like a Russiagate debate or whatever, something like that. Like I just don't feel like it. I don't know. I feel like it is kind of a regression in thinking, in some sense, in applied. And I
What? Yeah. Please go ahead. That's interesting.
because I think that I'm able to comprehend kind of like the when you're criticizing analytical philosophy, you're essentially saying that it's too narrowly focused. It doesn't comprehend history. It doesn't understand its own. It's like it's trying to, you know, comprehend everything in a vacuum. And um, I I feel like my approach is actually able to understand a lot broader of a set of concepts than something that's trying to apply it to, you know, whatever the alternative would be. I feel like you're I feel like there's a I feel like you're missing some of the important relations and connections between concepts when you get stuck on like Hegel. That's my biggest problem. So when I say that I can't believe in Hegel, it's not only that I can't believe in Hegel, it's that I think there's a superior way of engaging with reality, but I can't necessarily illustrate that in like a sentence or two. I just think that this kind of overly logical analytical philosophy, if applied correctly, would actually deal more coherently with these subjects.
Would you do you have any like? And I'm not saying that this to pinpoint you down, but like, can you point to any school where you would say like at least they take up this attempt?
Um, I mean, I'm certain that there's like modern analytic philosophers. I mean, there's people who, like the American pragmatists, try to take up some of the concepts from continental philosophy to check analytic philosophy. So American pragmatists, like new pragmatists, neo pragmatists, whatever. Um, some of those types of people would be one example.
Mhm. Okay, down. Yeah, but again, for me, it comes up at the level of like, what is our understanding of truth and of truth, of concepts, of logic? Like, how does develop uh, logic, the concept of logic, through time? Because there is no logic without human subjectivity, right? At least as far as we know. We have no aliens and
Right.
no animals who can speak to us on the level where we could be like, okay,
Well, again, it's like, I mean, I keep making this point, and this is like, I don't know how we would resolve this, but the contingency of a category doesn't prove its truth, right? I mean, that's just the main thing for me. So logic might be a contingent thing that we've made up, and that's why I call it relative truth. I don't make a claim on absolute truth. But I think this thing we've made up is more coherent and actionable, both in objective and subjective, in our actuality, in our dealing with the world, in true full concept. I mean, this is just a more actionable tool, right?
Mm-hmm. 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 So you say because it's and I'm really trying to understand. So you say because it's a better tool for the job, it is truer.
I mean, that's literally what pragmatism basically is, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's basically
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
pragmatism is an annihilation of absolute truth, and then an application of what is pragmatically useful. I mean, that's basically what it is. Yeah. So, um, pretty much, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't think I think like as unsatisfying as that is, it seems to me that any claims on absolute truth or something alternative, it just run into problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I would say but we can go down that in circles, I think, to some degree, because and it really comes down to like the if the challenge towards Marx is like, yeah, but you haven't really proved it, right? And it's applied in this like pragmatist way. I think there are plenty of Marxists who like analytic Marxists who disagree with me, and that could be interesting if you are interested in that to look into. But I would say Marx cannot prove the validity of a theory on the level of a math equation. Can't, and he can't on the level of like even socialism, on the level of like it's the best tool for the job if we if we take for granted that human development is in a sense linear, because I think that's one of the presuppositions behind pragmatism, that the tool become is developed further over time, and so you have like the um how to put it, like uh you have like this the general intellect is always adding onto itself,
Right.
right? Yeah, yeah. Um, and the whole young left Hegelian thing is to say like, no, no, there's really like there can be a moment of regression. Actually, there can be things can turn into their inverse, and their quality can turn, in a sense, even turn against um, themselves. And unless you go with that and like walk down the path of that could be true, I think that's what I say with like immanent critique, to really like engage with it and not look for like the logical fallacy, but say like, okay, um I will like what is it called? I will put all of that aside for now. I don't come to the term, but like I can't find it, but in my head at this hour. But like I will put all of that aside. I will not look for the logical fallacy. I will walk down the path of this with Marx as a brother, and I think you should do that with any thinker, right? I'm not only saying that with Marx. You could even do that with Heidegger, who I personally despise to some degree. But even then, if you engage with the thinking, um, uh, that's part for me for of like immanent critique. That I don't wait, that the thinker comes to me, but that I go towards them in a sense to find an image. And I know that from a more pragmatic standpoint, that sounds like gospel preaching, probably in a certain way.
Kind of, but I mean, I think I engage in imminent critique all the time. I mean, that's like my whole channel is speaking to Marxists, speaking in Marxist terms. Um, I mean, I kind of speak in two modes on this channel so far. There are times when I'm taking up the suppositions, the Marxist framework, and I speak on those terms and I comprehend like how they would assess a question, or I maybe challenge one of my guests on those terms. And then there are the times when I'm giving like my actual, what I personally believe, and that's when it does become the logical undermining. I mean, it's just not true that. I mean, it's just not true that I'm only capable of one, right? It's not like my whole internet presence is just you haven't proven that, so it's wrong. Like I'm not a debate bro. I'm just not. It's just not what I do. Now, if someone wants to confront me on my beliefs and push me on like what do you actually believe, then I will use those arguments because that's what I believe in. Like that's what I think is true. But I don't do that. I don't like hang my hat there and like I don't have every conversation on those terms because I do think there's value in understanding. I mean, again, that's the whole point of my channel. That's literally what I do every time I talk to people. Usually, is I say, this is I understand where you're coming from. Let me prove to you that I understand you on your own terms. Let me maybe critique you on your own terms, not even my own terms. I do that all the time. I'm very interested in that. But if you're going to ask me like directly, like what do you actually think about things, such as like the state, or if I'm having a debate where I'm just giving my entirely personal beliefs, I'm not going to do imminent critique at that point. I'm going to argue for the best of what I know. So these are completely different things that I do. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I appreciate that really. I'm not just saying that. I really appreciate like just in the current state of society, just talking, right, and not being like so partisan that you're like no dialogue is possible. But at the same time, I think you necessarily put your flag somewhere. That's my understanding of ideology. And with all the um, cordiality we try to have, and I think that's very good to have, um, we still made a claim somewhere, right? And I think that's interesting to really draw out like where it comes into conflict. Because for me, it's like what is the what are the limits of a certain concept, and even like of the concept of thought itself from different perspectives and angles, right? And that's the moment where I really do think that like immanent critique, and not to say that like of course you can do whatever you want, you can try, and I wouldn't even say that it necessarily fails, but I think like on an ideological level there's a tension between immanent critique and looking for um, logical fallacies. It's not completely the same because as I said before, the conception of like logical fallacies puts logic as an idea and as something that's in a metaphysical sense above society and not in society and working through society, but above or somewhere else. Um, yeah, I think that's what's in the back of that, and not like that even the concept of truth is coming out of the development of society in through history. That's like my basic point, and I can really not make. I can only explicate that point in different directions and give examples, but I cannot say anything beyond that really,
Yeah, I mean the real.
because it's a yeah. Go ahead.
I mean
Sorry. Yeah.
that's why I put. I mean, I don't pretend to like be someone. I don't pretend to be something else. I don't pretend to be like, oh yeah, I'm not like grifting and like, oh hey guys, I know you are all more leftist, socialist, sympathetic. I'm that now. Um, I'm just gonna pretend like I believe and go along. Like, I'm just not that kind of person. I'm gonna be honest about. Um, and I agree that you have to put your flag somewhere, and that's kind of what I'm saying is that I do put my flag somewhere, and I'm open to talk about it with whoever wants to. I'm also open to talk about, kind of engage in imminent critique and engage with ideas that I haven't fully accepted, but I'm still interested in. And I think there is value in doing that because the reality is that I don't think anyone has found the answers. If someone had found the answers, I think that society wouldn't look the way it does right now. So I think that there's value in having that dialogue itself and resolving those disagreements. I think there's something like it's possible that neither of us are anywhere near the truth, but that like we can only really figure this out through working out the disagreement. But I mean, I'm not sure how many Marxists would agree with that because they would just say I'm right. Well, I wouldn't actually say that I'm right. I'm open to being wrong. Um, and I think that's an important part of what I'm doing is that I truly believe in the project and the idea of finding out if I'm wrong and other people finding out if they're wrong. But that doesn't mean we can somehow be above the process of having beliefs on things or putting our having a preference. And it can be very difficult when those two things hit each other. Like when your desire to prove yourself wrong is hitting up against your desire to believe in something or your true honest belief in something. I mean, that's a very difficult thing to resolve. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just becomes very frustrating. I mean, I'm a bit tired, so it's harder for me to hold myself back. But I don't know. I think a lot of this drama and a lot of some of the negative feedback reveals something about the reverse end of this, right? That certain people are not as comfortable as I am, and I'm not referring to just in general. A lot of people um, are not as able to be honest about kind of like this stance that they're in, or like kind of the claim that they're making or where they're hanging their hat on, and I find that very frustrating to deal with because it feels like I'm essentially playing on uneven ground because I'm willing to say, listen, this is what I believe, and yeah, I'm going to defend it. And yeah, I understand that it has all sorts of problems and that I could be wrong, but it's what I believe in, and here's why. And people often want to take an approach of, well, you're just obviously you're wrong because it's so obvious that you're wrong, and uh, that's not an equal dialogue at that point, and that's a problem. So yeah, this can very quickly, this process can spin out of control, I guess, and it can leave the sphere of good faith and civility and all of that. And I think that's part of the reason why. It's because of that inability to reconcile that.
Sorry, I'm addicted to smoking, so I went for a smoke. I hope my audio quality is still
It's okay.
at
It's
least
acceptable.
working.
It's
Yeah,
working.
okay.
It's good.
Um, yes, I understand that, but that is, I think, I would say that is because there from theory certain political commitments stem, right? And it's I want to say it's very good to always leave this room of skepticism and even like a form of suspicion in the back of it because it strengthens your thinking itself, right? In the general, I would apply that. Like, of course, you're correct. There is always the possibility of not knowing something. There's always the process of perfectibility of human thought um, and learning. That's a continuous process. But I would say, like with any theory, like from theoretical commitments stem ideological commitments, or further, they are like the point of about ideology critique is that they are intertwined. And so ideology critique might seem like a takedown. And I think, let me put in my mic again then. Is it better now? Has it changed?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome. Yeah, it has. So I think the ideology critique has been very debased in the sense that it's like it has been turned into this takedown of the other, and that speaks to a social problem actually for me, to a certain inability, and I would even say none of us are completely defended against that. Like we cannot completely protect that from ourselves. Nevertheless, ideology critique is supposed to draw out the presuppositions which are at in the back of a position. And really, it's like, and I think there's like where there is a tension between saying like an argument is sound on itself and inquiring like what are the processes in the back that make this argument appear sound. Like what are all the things we have to agree on to come to that conclusion, and what is unbeknown to the person making that claim.
Right.
And I think that historically, I want to make this very clear. Historically, this turned in a very debased way into like this form of authoritarian attempts at thought purity all across of human society. That's both like that's in the fascists, that is expressed differently in the Soviet Union under Stalinism, and that is even expressed in like 1920s Woodrow Wilson USA.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the concept, like the idea, but again, I think I can use that idea of determining what are the like deep premises that make your argument possible. I mean, I'm totally happy with engaging in that, but I don't see that contradicts my method. Like that, I would say that's included in my method. Now, I might fail to do that. My own method might include like be plagued with issues from that, but I mean that lens itself, it would be included. That would be something you would be interested in.
But don't we both like we both give primacy to something right now, right?
Yeah,
In our thinking.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And you please tell me if you like to, maybe, because it's probably pretty late for you, maybe also like some like approaching closing this out, like
But that's
would you agree with my characterization if I say I give primacy to society and that you give primacy to, what is it? Because I don't want to mischaracterize, and I really want to put it on the table. Yeah, but I still have this you give primacy to um, logical. How to put it? It's difficult for me a bit in English because I only come to the German words. Um, yeah, logic. Let me put it like that. Logic.
I think that's probably fair. Yeah, that's probably a fair characterization of our differences. And I mean, obviously, it leaves out a lot if you put it in 2 words, but I think for the most part, that's probably fair. Yeah.
Yes, I know, of course. Like that's true. That's true. I just want to like to get somewhere because um and that's about like the if you ask like where we started and I said like the 18th Brumaire um is that if you will lose something in that text if you don't make yourself, and I'm not talking to you specifically, right? Like in the general you. Um, if you don't make it explicit to yourself what assumptions Marx is operating in with Smith and Rousseau and all the Enlightenment, especially like the Enlightenment thinking of like um, um, the French Revolution, leading to the French Revolution, and also to British parliamentism and Chartism and all of that, and political economy. If you don't things, and he reaches the conclusions he comes to in the 18th Brumaire because he observes with all of these things in mind what has happened politically, and he makes the political judgment informed by his theoretical assumptions and convictions, then you lose what the 18th Brumaire is actually about, because then you really can come to this position of like, yes, Marx, and I'm putting it kind of polemical now, but all because I failed to, it would take longer to really draw that out, but um, you really lose, you really make the 18th Brumaire into like, um, how did liberals fail to defend against Louis Bonaparte, and not into how did society fail to develop further and transform, and through that gave rise to the necessity of permanent domination by the state. And I put that again on the table because like when we, it might be that if people listen later, if we talk about epistemology and like what are the concepts and how are we approaching these things, that can seem kind of unrelated, but it really is. Because of course, back then, all manners of ideologies and manners of understanding and theoretical frameworks were also operative in the Second Republic.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've made it clear that I understand the difference between those two applications. I don't think I've ever like misspoke about what Marx intended to convey there. Um, I invoke the 18th Brumaire at multiple levels. Like on one level, I use it as a criticism of my own movement, and I keep it in mind as a tool in that sense. But on another level, I understand it as a clarification of the Marxist critique of society, and those are related. They're different. They take a different form, but they're related to each other. But I feel like I've always made it clear that I understand the distinction between those. Sometimes it feels like people are assuming, kind of projecting onto me, like the average liberal view that the 18th Brumaire is about like a authoritarian leader, And I feel like I've always made it clear that I understand like the more sophisticated version of how to apply that text. But I've worked on multiple levels with it because there's different levels to apply it. But I feel like I've made it clear that I do understand that element.
And on that note, maybe that's something for if we are up for it for a different conversation. But how do you reckon with um, the criticism of Marx of the liberal movement that he says they fail to take up the to to realize what the embodiment of the next phase of freedom in a transformation of society is, when they are not able to make the class struggle, which is not in itself already like any struggle for socialism. The struggle for socialism is involved in that, but it is not that in itself. Um, that they, like, in a sense, they abdicate in the face of the question of freedom. Like, how do you resolve that? Would you think, like, when you say like Marx doesn't prove that there's only that this is really the truth, um, is then his critique towards the liberals like only partial, or like how? Yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, it's on levels, right? So there's a sense in which Marx's critique is that the liberals don't understand like the how society works, and they don't understand the whole thing. They don't understand society. They don't understand like the meaning of all this. There's the critique, which is on that level, which you would essentially have to you would have to believe him fully. You would have to feel like he fully proved that, or whatever. You would have to believe that. On another level, you can read Marx's critique as a warning against the insufficiency of certain kinds of thinking, right? So the liberals have an insufficient awareness of their historical standpoint. They have an insufficient awareness of how to diagnose and engage with their standpoint. It ends up being just like Louis Bonaparte's a really bad guy. And you can use it as like a tool, a critique for a liberal to say, how can we expand our critique? How can we expand our knowledge of this thing and deal with it in a more acute and true, relatively, way? And I mean, you can take it up on both of those levels. I'm like interested in both. I'm not only interested in one, but I mean, I think you have to. I think both are possible, and neither one of them are like rejecting Marx. They're both accepting a lot of what Marx says. It's just different levels of accepting different
Yeah.
different types of
Yeah.
claims.
And would you agree? Do you read it also like this? Because I would say like Marx is also claiming, and that doesn't mean that you have to go with him on that necessarily. You can disagree, but Marx is claiming that those two levels are necessarily connected.
Yeah, of course. From Marx's perspective, I'm
Yeah.
I'm claiming what you can use the insights of the text for, but I'm not claiming that that has anything to do with his intent. Obviously, his intent is like the fuller critique, but I think you can gain value from the text on those levels. In the same way that the Bible was intended a certain way, it was interpreted one way, and then it was interpreted another way, and there might be real meaning in all those interpretations. They might vary in their degree of truth, but they all have a proximity to something real, which in that case we've lost contact with. And it's less mysterious in the case of Marx what his true intent was. But that's just the true. And I care about the true intent of things. I don't believe in the death of the author fully. I don't believe that like, oh, the true intent of something is irrelevant. I think it matters when assessing an idea, like what was the intent. I think that matters. I think it's relevant. But that doesn't, but you could still analyze it things different ways, and you get things out of different things. And so, yeah, for sure,
I
I
agree.
agree that.
I agree. I
Yeah,
agree with that too. With death of the author and like, yeah. So if I try to characterize that, it's like on a in a like a political theoretical level, it's like liberals could take up Marx to inquire into the shortcomings of liberalism and be able to develop it further without necessarily reaching the same conclusion as Marx.
yeah, exactly. And that's
Yeah.
part of the issue I have with people who are like social democrats. We all know, like like the Jacobin, like the reformist, Bernie Sanders, socialists. Part of my issue with them is that they're not honest about this. So I'll be honest and I'll say I don't believe Marx, but I will use Marx. That's what I'll say. I like Marx. He has a lot of value to say. He's very intelligent, but I will never tell you I believe Marx all the way, because I think to maintain that claim, I would have to believe in a lot more than I do. And so I've always been irritated by the Bernie Sanders types, because they will claim to believe in Marx, or they will kind of gesture in that direction, but in reality, they just find him useful. They don't actually believe in him. And so I think having clarity about our positions on those things is valuable. So I do think I have that. Like, I would never say. I heard someone say once, no hate, he retired from the internet, okay, but I heard someone say once that Marx even said progressive taxation is good, and it's like, okay, that's great, but that's not Marxism. That's great. I mean, he did say that, but that's not Marxism, and you should just stop pretending and stop trying to have it both ways. I don't think I'm trying to have it both ways. I think I always make it clear when I engage with these concepts that, listen, I interpret it this way. I think you can take this insight, but that's not Marxism. Marxism would be there's a greater critique here. There's a greater insight here, which I don't fully believe in, but I do understand it. And yeah, I mean, I try to make that. I try to make both of those sides clear, but
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. I appreciate that actually. I appreciate that because it gives clarity to on what levels we engage, right? Even on conversation and like where because I think like part of that is it muddies the water to a degree where like beyond um, conversation, and I think like on conversation on liberal grounds alone, um, where it necessarily has a certain limit, and then it's like, okay, but like what do we do now in our political activity, um, and how might we challenge each other on political grounds, um, and if this muddying is occurring, it's very hard to say like, even in like a respectful way, say like, okay, this is where there's a parting of the ways. On this, we can um, form a coalition. On this, we can't, right? And I think that's already there in the 18th Brumaire as well. Like that's part of his critique of the criticism towards the socialist movement, where he says to them like, you are you're trying to have it both ways with those radical Republicans and Democrats and liberals. Right? You don't make clear where you stand in regards to these questions, and so you overemphasize your strength. That's what I mean with having it both ways, right? You always can, in doing that, you can always be like, but yeah, but we have such a big coalition. If they approach the general right to vote, then we will rise up. And it's actually a self delusion.
right. I mean, the Bernie Sanders types engage in that constantly. Um, that's like their whole. We liberals like to make fun of them because they're one of the famous memes is that they'll always be like, everyone supports this policy, and it's like, but they don't really support that policy. You're trying to uphold this very watered down, safe thing. People like Hassan is like famous for this. Hassan will be like open about this. He's like, yeah, I just lie about my position, and then he somehow thinks that by lying about his position, people will be brought over to the true position, and he doesn't even understand the true position, so that makes it even harder for him. But it's just like, yeah, it's very incoherent and confused, and it feels very dishonest. I think also like you must be like dishonest with yourself at that point to think that you can. I don't know that you're doing that you're accomplishing something that this time Bernie's going to unlock a mass movement when there's like no,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. It's very strange.
that's true. That's also, I think, a strange self-relation as well. To to claim on some level that you can do this weird Machiavellian political thing. That's like, I think, like a regressed form of understanding how politics works, and it really is, to me, on some level, it's unpolitical, um, because political questions involve assessing your your strength and how you how you how you might act, um, on what grounds you can agree and for what ends. And so that's important because then the contradiction becomes clearer to all involved. That would be the goal for me. That would be like one level of standard. Um, but there are also all kinds of problems with that, and like practical problems, um, in a sense. Yeah, that's like how much is there even a basis for politics in the state? And I know we disagree on that, but that would be like part of why I am interested in Marxist critique, is also to try to understand, or like challenge yourself with the idea that there's that in the Bonapartist state, politics in a certain sense are not possible anymore, because it is um, the permanent breakdown of politics, actually,
Yeah,
because it's permanently. Yeah,
I
yeah,
think I have
please.
to. I think I have to make sense of that to some degree myself. I mean, that's something I've been thinking about with Trump. Is that, in my opinion, if liberalism is a truly self-correcting, self-sustaining order, Donald Trump is just objectively counter to that. I think like no matter what your perspective is on Donald Trump, he clearly isn't a liberal. People have a hard time with that. They think that's like means something that it doesn't. But to me, it seems clear that Donald Trump is not like a he's not he doesn't act in conformance with what we would want a liberal society to act. So you have to ask yourself that question of like, is there anything liberal about politics? Is the basis of politics have anything to do with liberalism? And I've realized the answer to that question is no, not really. So there definitely is something else happening at the basis of society that politics is about. There's definitely some completely debased, empty. It's real bad. Politics is really empty. So I do think that's a problem I have to deal with also as a liberal. Um, because I mean, people might think, well, you're a liberal, like you're literally the status quo. Why do you need to change society, or why do you care about the emptiness of politics? And it's because I mean, I think if I am a real liberal, if you take me in good faith, I don't want society to be empty in that way. Like that's not the end state. Like that's not the goal of liberalism. Is not like this and then the end. The goal is something more than that. So I have to deal with that problem within my own system. And I find this
Yeah, yeah,
frustrating. I find this really frustrating when for something that people seem to misunderstand about me. People seem to think that I'm like I think people must think that I'm a Bernie Sanders type almost. That I am like a statist reformist. But they have absolutely no idea like how serious I am about liberalism. And I take liberalism seriously, not in some kind of like moralistic. I take it seriously as an actual struggle within society throughout time, And
Yeah.
I just strongly believe in a particular mode of analyzing things, I guess the logic, which leads me there. And and people don't, I think people don't, unfortunately, there's not a lot of taking it up on those terms because that's just not usually what people do here. They just don't. Like, there's no one in this space who does that. There's no one here who upholds liberalism on that basis, pretty much. And so it's very confusing for people. And this is why I emphasize honesty so much. And this is like the last thing, and this is me becoming more frustrated. But the reason why I harp on honesty and I don't care about professionalism is because I think we are essentially, I think we are repressing ourselves in society. And, whether the cause is the Bonapartist state or whatever, ultimately there's a lack of clarity. And I think the way to cut through, have a greater lack of clarity is to be very blunt and honest and sometimes aggressive. And I think I think there's value in that. I know we like to degrade like debate bros because whatever, but I think that is the benefit that debate bros can offer in the right environment. I mean, a lot of times they just end up being worthless, but in the purpose of debate bros, ideally, is that they can cut through a lot of games, a lot of ideology, in fact, and they can, tear things down to the base of the disagreement. Or sometimes they do the exact opposite of that. So again, it's not a guaranteed process, but that is the ideal reason to have these kinds of debates, and
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
have this form of unprofessionalism and honesty and what blunt and whatever it comes across as. That's like I think the benefit of it.
I think okay, there's a lot to say. Whenever you say like, no, okay, man, my eyes are falling shut, just let me know, right? Like, I know it's probably pretty late for you, but um, yes, I think on the crisis of liberalism, so to say, right? Um, I think that is value. There's value in that, and I very much appreciate that because I think that is the question um, of like, is politics possible anymore? And like um, the way the socialists and especially the Marxists, whatever that amounts to today, right? Because that also means like what kind of what use is a theory which has no true meaning in the world currently. Yes, like when Marx wrote the Anti-Brumaire, there was a defeat of the workers' movement that he could critique and which like he had to work through. That is different from like um, having no independent movement in society really currently. I'd say that, and that is both a problem for socialist activity, and I would even say to a degree for um, the liberal activities we are always all engaged in, because I think there truly is, in a sense, there is like anti-liberal liberalism, and there might be like hardcore reactionaries in the world who still try to like rebuild aristocratic rule, but to some degree, for me, it is all bourgeois, and so it is all liberal in a certain sense. And the question is, as you say, like, do you repress it? Do you shy away from the question of liberalism and you disavow it, or do you take it up and try to work through it? Um, and I think like on the ideological claim, there is this working through to gain political clarity where um, socialism, in some sense, really wrestles with the question of like, are we more, are we taking up, like that's basically um, the tension that Marx uh, draws out and displays in the 18th Brumaire, that he's like, the liberals are not really liberal. They cannot be necessarily. That really is his claim, in that in a text, and he says like we socialists, we have to realize that um, we cannot just rely on an abstract notion um, of we are all in this together for the democratic revolution, because that failed, and so we have to reassess. And I think that's where like um, the critical approach and like the ideology critique to people who claim liberalism for themselves comes from, in certain aspects of the socialist intelligentsia, whatever, like Marxist, would be Marxist, whatever it is. Not all of them, because I also agree there's like a very Stalinist, anti-bourgeois conception of socialism and Marxism, which I think is incorrect. Um, so that's on that, and on the. Do you want to say something? Because I have something else to say about debate bros. I just don't just want to bulldoze over you.
No, you can keep going. Yeah, keep addressing what I said. Yeah.
Cool. And on like the so quote unquote debate bros, right? Like this form of like um, debating and trying to draw out the facts of a matter. My challenge to that is how much professionalism, or like the mode of professionality, and also like first the mode of professionality is like um, operative in that activity, or in that approach, as well as and that comes back again to our conversation and also discussion about like logic society, what however we want to frame it. And of course we could draw that out way more and explain way more what our position amounts to. But isn't there also a form of ideology that or like the self-understanding that bluntness could display the truth um, better than what is perceived as um, dishonest manipulation of the facts. There's a very atheistic streak in that, and I'm not saying that to shit on it, but I mean like um, to explain that I take atheism to also be very um, ideological, and at the same time facing a different problem or a different aspect of the problem of ideology, because the ideology contains within itself the idea of an unideological position.
Um, I guess like for me, it's not about. We might not be able to get away from ideology, but at the very least, we should be able to deal with what exactly the terms are of the dispute, and we can't just necessarily throw up our hands and say, well, you think this because you're you're pro Trump, and I think this because I'm pro Democrats. Like we can't just throw up our hands and say I have no claim or interest in this. Like I just don't think that's sufficient. And I don't think we necessarily have to pretend to non-ideology, but I do think there has to be something there. Otherwise, we're lost. Basically, I mean, otherwise we can't make any claims on anything. So I don't know. I don't know where you would disagree with that, or what exactly the point of disagreement is, where it's at. Which is kind of my point, I guess.
No, I agree. I agree with that. But I think like when I look at like debate culture, that's like when we first engaged. I think that was where I said like I don't do debates. I do conversations because debate presupposes that you can that there even is something to win, and I don't. That's not my understanding of how I think thought unfolds.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Like I don't
people.
think right. Yeah.
I just there is like a type of debate bro who is obsessed with like logical fallacies, and they'll do this thing where they're like, oh, you haven't asserted your position, and thus it's incoherent because you haven't asserted an argument, and that means you win based on logic rule number. Like I just don't like. I'm not interested in that. And there's another form of I mean, first of all, whether or not someone wins is when I talk about the benefits of debate. I'm not talking about winning. I'm not talking about winning. I'm talking about I think a certain. I think different methods of conversations have different results, and I think what you're not considering enough maybe is that having a non-debate conversations has a lot of negative downsides in terms of people hiding from things or the true implications of things being hidden from, and debates can pull that out in a way that's better than normal conversations. That's really what I'm upholding. I'm not upholding winning or logical fallacies or like having judges. I hate judges also. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care about any of that. The true thing, if I'm being completely honest, the only thing I care about in debate is the kind of conversation it can bring out. That's really what I care about. All the rest is just like it's just like nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I have way more trust in um that the contradictions unfold themselves, and that I have really left. I had that for a while. I understand that. I think I understand it. I had that for a while too. That like there is that people hide, and they and that there's maybe you didn't imply, or you might not have implied this. I don't want to like accuse you of that, but like that there is a, like a malicious intent where people really um, have much more consciousness of their self. And I drifted away from that idea because I think the problem is deeper than that. Insofar, like that often it happens unbeknownst to themselves,
Yeah, I don't think it's malicious. Like when
right?
I would definitely not I would definitely not put forth the claim that it's a malicious hiding. I think it's kind of just a natural result of that kind of conversation. It just happens repeatedly. So
Yeah,
I don't think there's like malicious intent necessarily. But
yeah. And I think, yeah. And I think there's also something for me to the idea of Freud, where he's like, the lie still speaks the truth. You, in a sense, you cannot truly lie. That's the harder, that's the further self delusion to think like you can truly lie.
right.
Um, because nevertheless, something appears, right?
I don't think I would disagree with that at all, but I would actually use that exact framework to confirm why debate is better in my mind. Because, well, not, I wouldn't say debate is better. It depends on the conversation. It depends on the people. It depends on a lot of things. I wouldn't say debate is just better, but I would say that debate can be better because I think it's more revealing of those kinds of insights about a person's state of mind. And I think it actually reveals the truth in those lies, as you say. Like I completely agree with that method. And that's actually exactly why I uphold the position I do on this.
Yeah, I think it's like how there's a question there which is interesting to discuss in like Freudian terms and the analytic method, because it has like the psychoanalytic method, because it has implications why they why analysts draw themselves back out of the relationship and don't involve themselves, because that can become a further obfuscation to this the lie, the truth of the lie, because it can be a misdirection and like a skirmish. It can have this quality of like wailing back up what has appeared, because really like that's but that comes down to like also the idea of the human, and I don't want to suppose any position you have on this, but I'm not saying this against you, right? But I really think in the last couple of years, my appreciation of how much people are able to form their own thoughts, no matter from what walks of life they come, has increased and changed. I really think like there's a form of very hard pessimism about human subjectivity, and I think and that relates to the whole, not to go down that road necessarily, but that relates to the whole Russiagate, Trump election, Democrats, Republicans, that there really was a way of society undermining the trust in itself, actually, by claiming this. And that's already you can already find that in the 18th Brumaire, like that the mass is this very dangerous mob, and there's even a truth to that. It can be that, but I'd say it is all of us, and yet there's also a non-identity, because it's still not the case that you can claim that people don't exercise their own judgment, and that they have the ability to do that. And I think that's really what I think was so rotten about the last, I'd say, 10 years, and in a sense even before that, but in the last 10 years it became very obvious to me, and I had to work through that, because I also like defended myself against that, I say now in retrospect. But there really was a form of like being constantly in the media and in the political public debate, these constant innuendos towards you're being duped. Yeah. I think that's horrible, really. It's horrible to be constantly told that, for society, and or for society to be constantly told, in a sense, by the state, that you're duped, you don't have enough knowledge to exercise judgment, because that undermines the whole idea of like sovereignty of the people, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that perspective. I'm not so much concerned with people like being mind controlled or something, like more like that kind of issue. I'm more concerned with people simply not having an awareness within themselves of what they believe. So it's not so much about like being misled or being manipulated. It's more about you are not dealing with within yourself, honestly, the problems of what you believe. That's what I'm more concerned with. And that's why I'm interested in. You can go on, as you're going. Sorry.
No, please go.
That's why
I don't want to interrupt.
That's why I'm interested so much in this idea of like honesty and pulling things out, because I'm really not like when I see like Trump supporters or uh like liberals on CNN or whatever who I get very frustrated by. Like these people, like they're not. The problem isn't that they've been misled. The problem is that they're not sufficiently thinking or questioning their own beliefs. They're just sort of like accepting their position. And so yeah, I would really articulate the problem, and again, once again, the reason why I'm obsessed with honesty as a lack of internal interrogation rather than like a people are getting manipulated or something like that.
And would you take that to be like where's the like what's the reason for that? What do you think is the reason for that?
I mean, it's probably just a fundamental feature of human cognition to some degree. I think it can be exacerbated by. I think it can be exacerbated by like your social environment, but it's also exacerbated by just simply like not learning how to question yourself. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a complicated. I think there's both a social and a subjective element to it.
And do you think um okay, yeah, but you already answered that if you say like it's a human cognition problem. Do you think that can change like the human cognition, or do you think it's like just something related to biology or something we don't know yet, the makeup of our brain?
I think there probably is a biological element, but I do think that the way that our brain functions is so heavily dictated and reflected by society that's like a huge part of that also. So I mean, it's impossible to draw the line exactly where one ends and the other begins.
Because I think like the um I don't take it to be human cognition. I don't think that's where the problem of that lies, because I think like the um the framework of like the idea of the unconscious is going further than that explanation, and I'm very much convinced by it. See a lot of use in that. Um, but I'd say like, isn't it like in our society where it's like, and when like please interject whenever you think like you don't go along with that, but like um, in our society where it is both necessary to have a job, to have an income, and also a permanent possibility that you cannot really calculate because um, it it is dictated by forces which appear outside of you, and they are in a sense, but you reproduce them. But that you can also lose your job, right? And that there's education. Society is adjudicating sometimes who should lose their job, even not necessarily publicly or insidiously schemed, but just like in the way that no one will hire you. Um, would you say like I think that factors into people being unwilling to interrogate their beliefs,
Yeah, for sure.
because right like they that there's a necessity to quote unquote lying in that sense, because you cannot be really sure if the community doesn't right like what's the term in English, expulses you, right, like they send you out
Right.
to the desert, because that's I think that's a huge part for me. It takes a lot of character strength and also certain circumstances to be willing to take that up.
I think so. Yeah, I would 1,000,000% agree with you about that. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with that. That any of that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think that any of that. Yeah, I would just agree with all of that.
Okay, okay. Because I think there is the tendency for it to turn into a weird, like elitist, moralistic way of framing it, right? Like this basket of deplorables, like oh, you don't have really read the sources. What do you know about this? And of course, like people just don't have the time often to read these sources, and nevertheless they can and will make judgments,
Yeah.
and they must make judgments about the world.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am elitist, and I definitely do have just kind of an instinctual, like, I just don't like people who don't know things in some level, but I admit and think about all the time how it's just not, I mean, I've always given the concession kind of like reflexively, like, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I have the ability to think about things in a way that a lot of people just don't, and I understand that, there's purely material, practical reasons for why people don't do that. I mean, the people who I truly hate, like truly deeply hate and won't let go of, like my actual enemy, it's not the people who, um, as frustrating as they are, it's definitely not those people. I mean, it's the people who have all the time and yet they still demonstrate an inability. That's the real thing that I have and I mean, if you can, or you can articulate. I mean, I'm very like determinist. Like I believe that there's always contingent factors for everything, whatever. But people who, I guess, do the misleading, because that's where misleading does come in to an extent, is that there are like leaders who have the time to articulate and learn about these things. They just refuse to, and that's a problem for me. That's a problem. I mean, because I think you know, we can take the kind of like understanding position of, a lot of the people who voted for Trump or whoever, a lot of these populist right wing movements, there's reasons for the people who vote for them. It's not just like, they're not just like evil. Sure, but the people who are like running the movements are pretty much evil. I mean, they pretty much are. I mean, they're incredibly like, their thoughts are very empty. They're very opportunist. They're basically like, it's just very cynical. It's very clearly very cynical and pretty pathetic. And that's where my opposition would lie. I don't really care to, yeah, I don't know, but they play into
Yeah,
each other also.
yeah, yeah. I would say on that, I think, um, and that can only be an encouragement from me. But like, I think people, um, there are different, not different modes of thinking, but like different experience in exercising your spirit, your judgment on the world, like different instantiations. And so I now think I can always learn from uh, basically everyone, that there might be something that I am not able to see or have not encountered yet, because my own subjectivity limits me to a certain degree, right? Like my way of life, my milieu, call it like my circles. And so I am not elitist in that way. That I think like it's a double-edged sword. Like education is both a way to get certain tools and hone faculties, and at the same time, it can be an obstacle as well um, to to imbibe in certain ideological, because again, like, right, that's my framework. I say like that's all ideology, and so there's a certain ideology that's already um, taken up by each and every one of us in education, and we have to wrestle with that ideology of like knowledge and the primacy of knowledge as well, which doesn't mean that I think knowledge isn't very, very important, but I think like there's also this idea of the general intellect of society that we all share in. So that's on that, and with the dishonest, like Machiavellian type of people, um, yes, I agree, and there always is this aspect, I think, in politics nowadays, of like, and of course we can also find individuals like that who really do this corrupt, self-interested, are in this corrupt self-interested mode. Um, but I asked myself, and I really like this image of like steel manning the other's position, and I take it to be like, what is the necessary beyond all the personal failings of them and their greed and whatever they might have, lust, we can, all the vices every one of us might imbibe in as well, and might feel guilty about. Like beyond that, what is the necessity they actually see? Like what judgment have they made?
I mean, I feel like
And
I've done that
yeah,
for years. I've done that. That's how I operate day to day, every single day of my life. I know people might have a hard time believing that, but I am constantly steel manning every single human being I encounter. Like constantly imagining what is this person's framework? Why do they make these conclusions? And so I actually come from that framework, and after a certain point, it just becomes tiring, because I don't know. I think if you actually apply that framework, you start to realize it doesn't get you out of the doomerism and the ideology or whatever. I mean, it doesn't get you out of that, because even if you give like the most good faith, honest articulation of what someone believes, it ends up coming off as bad faith because that's essentially what that person believes and they can't reckon with it. And I mean, I could just be deluding myself in the idea that I understand what they're saying, but it seems to me that you can do that over and over again, and it won't really get you anywhere. All you're really doing is straining yourself and not receiving that equal treatment from the other side. And that's really like the most frustrating part for me is you strain yourself constantly, steel manning, understanding the other side, and they don't ever do that for you, and so you just put yourself into a corner where, yeah, I mean, you're just wasting effort and cognition, and you are kind of playing on the defense at that point.
I I understand that, but I mean more like to wrestle with the fact that, um, what their position is, and again that comes back to the question of society, that their self-understanding and what they perceive to be in their own self-interest, um, is, uh, an aspect of society. I mean, on that level, that's why it's interesting for me. Not on necessarily personal, of course. I want all my fellow humans to have work, to be able to live a life, um, to have bodily autonomy, um, and that, uh, leads to certain lines that I draw on that level personally. But, um, on a, yeah, for me the aspect of wrestling with society, and recognizing first of all the pathology in that like self-interest can turn into the inverse of what the good, really, I mean that, good liberal thinkers, theoreticians, philosophers, took to not really be possible for them. I'd say it was more like a, that was like a rare case in a sense, right? Where they said like, oh, something needs to be really wrong with this person to, for the operation and self-interest to go so awry. And nowadays, I perceive our society globally as, um, patholo- pathological in that sense, that self-interest can really be turned all of the time against one another.
Yeah, I understand what you mean on the necessity of each of those particular interests. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but yeah, that's going back to our previous disagreement. So
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I think we really have.
I don't know. Is there anything else you want to say? Because I think we really have spoken a lot now. We have long been at it. If you want to bring something else, I have more time. I'm also saying this because I know it's very late for you, and
yeah,
I know the feeling. I'm interacting with U.S. citizens and
yeah,
time shifts, so I know how it is when you are super tired
yeah,
and trying to have coherent thoughts still.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, if I just at this point, if I was just talking about anything else, it would just be the drama. So I mean, if you're if you're good, I guess we can not do that. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think there is I think there are sorry, my dog is yelping in the back. I think there is something to reflect upon in that regard, but I really have made it a rule of thumb to give it some time because I think like um and I know that can appear like kind of slippery, but I really think there's value to it because emotions run high, egos clash. Um and so I think like taking some time to let it cool off, to be able to look at it anew with fresh eyes is good because otherwise it can happen that it gets just like calcified more and more, and I really think that's like one of the aspects of why internet drama often develops the way it does. um, so I'm open to talking about that, but not now because I really think like some distance is good.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I mean, ultimately, like I agree with and understand the need to do that in certain cases, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Unfortunately, I think there's also kind of a again a possible negative that isn't seen with that approach, which is that you don't resolve things. You don't resolve issues that should actually be resolved, and that can be kind of a negative effect of taking that approach. But you know, we'll see. So we'll see what happens with that.
It's true. That's true. That's true. And I tell you, I actually understand that and I agree with that, but I think it's also like a case to case judgment. And in this case, I have made mine.
Yep. Okay. Well, sounds good. Good 3 hours or so.
Yeah, it was a long conversation. Thank you very much for your time, Dylan.
Yep. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate talking to you again. And yeah, maybe we'll talk somewhat soon in the future.
Yes, thank you for having me on.
Yep. Absolutely.
Take care.
Good to talk to you. You
Good
too.
night.
Okay. Does anyone in chat have anything they want to put? I haven't seen chat update this whole time, but does anyone in chat have anything they want to put out there? Otherwise, I'll just end stream because it is very late. But just checking in on chat because it's been empty since we started, so I have no idea if you all are alive and well, as I would hope. Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to you for being alive and well. You post like one chat message a stream, and that's, that's okay. Accept it. Why is my computer doing this? Stop. But yeah, I'll stay live for. Oh, great talk. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hanging out. I'll stay live for about 8 minutes. So if anyone has any thoughts or questions they want to get out there, questions about something that was said, if you didn't understand or if you thought it was strange or disagreeable, any other questions, let me know. In the next 7 minutes. But yeah, everyone who's here, I appreciate you all being here. As I say, even if you don't chat, I appreciate you watching. I hope you get something out of it. I hope you enjoy listening. I hope you enjoy it and you get something. It expands your brain in some way. Yeah, I mean, I still do it. I mean, just to be clear, I still steel man everyone I encounter. I still do that. I honestly can't help myself. It's like a forcible habit for intellectual honesty that I do. I mean, I can't say that I always do it perfectly well, right? But I do basically do that with everyone I meet. So I don't stop doing that. I'm more so describing that I encounter frustration consistently, and I have to struggle with this feeling that whether we're talking politically or otherwise, that people aren't returning the favor, and so it becomes very questionable, like to the degree of like, how should I operate on that information? How seriously should I take it? How much time should I spend on it? And it becomes difficult. But yeah, I mean, ultimately I still do that all the time because I can't help myself. So it's a bit more complicated, but I understand. Yeah, I get it. But that's where I'm coming from on that. To give an example, I'll just give an example. Why not? We have a small audience here for my true fans. To give an example, so the recent drama that's been going on, right? Ultimately, my frustration is that there's a part of me that can take this super good faith, understanding position, but the problem is I feel like there's certain issues that are just kind of not being resolved, and like dishonesties and just deep issues. And I feel like basically it requires me to unequally sacrifice everything that I believe and uncritically accept what the other person believes, essentially. And so I've struggled with that a lot because it's like, okay, I feel like people are not being held accountable for things they need to be held accountable for, and people are defending them or behaving even worse than the person who did the thing themselves or whatever. Some people are just unhinged. And so it becomes very frustrating. Like, how am I supposed to be super understanding when these people haven't? It's very unequal. There's a very unequal dynamic going on. I'm supposed to be super understanding and patient, but if the other person is not understanding and patient, I have to be understanding and patient still, which is very strange. So these dynamics I find very frustrating, and I'm probably not going to take the answer to that question that some people would want me to, because I think that's upholding a repressive and harmful social situation. Yeah, it's not even as simple as like bad faith actors necessarily, because these are people who are real human beings. Um, they have genuine beliefs. They have ways that they arrive there. But I don't know. I think there's a lack of like self-reflection and a lack of honesty and a lack of dealing with certain unfortunate truths. And it's like this thing where you can kind of like accept these truths in a very like slow fashion, but you refuse to accept all of these truths at once. You absolutely refuse to do that. You can't do that. So instead, you kind of like slowly move in that direction, and it feels very dishonest, both dishonest with yourself and yeah. I mean, it is something like intellectual laziness, and then they'll just basically accuse me of doing the same thing, and they'll be like, "Well, actually, you're doing it, and so you should get over it." And it's like, okay, um, sure. I don't know how to resolve that. I mean, people can basically delegitimize you a million ways, and you'll end up nowhere. So it's a bit yeah, I don't know. It's a bit confusing. So it's all about Hegel and logic. That's what it's all about. Sometimes it feels like people do not want you to defend yourself, and like it's like a very much like if you take certain actions, you're in the wrong, and there's no appreciation for uh, I don't know, kind of like how things get to a certain place, right? It's just like you were unhinged, and thus you were wrong. And I always say, listen, if someone's unhinged, who made them unhinged? And then I'll figure out who was in the wrong. You know, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do to hold yourself accountable. But it is what it is, guys. It's a difficult line. Being in your first internet drama, it's a new thing. You know, I didn't actually think I'd be doing drama, but I guess it happens. It does happen. And I also don't necessarily want an audience of like people who are just like affirming that I'm right or something like that. Like, oh yeah, you're totally right. You're so right. You're a king. The other side is brain. Like, I don't need that. That doesn't really solve the problem. I actually want to genuinely resolve the problem and get to the core of things. Because, like I would say, that's not honest. It's not honest to say, oh yeah, you're totally right. You're so cool. But I know there's people who understand at least where I'm coming from, and that is appreciated. Let me see. Is there? Okay, man, it is really hard to stay calm. It is really hard to take all of this seriously. I'm just gonna look at a couple more things. Yeah, if anyone has, I'm going slightly over my end time. If anyone has any other thoughts they want to put in there, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to check something really fast and see if I'm going to comment on it right here or not. I don't have a Substack link yet. I don't know where you got the idea of Substack. I don't know if you're like, I don't know where you got that from. But I did make a Substack, and I started writing an article. And if I decide to publish the article, I'll put that link everywhere. But it's not published yet. So there's my Substack is like doesn't exist. I don't have anything posted. I did just make something to work on that article, and if I do publish the article, you'll see it. I'll post it on YouTube probably and Twitter, and yeah, it'll be obvious. I don't know if I'm going to write the article. Actually, the article is very extremely relevant to all of this, and it's it's kind of it has multiple goals. On one end, I want to critique Daniel Tutt and Chris Catrone, who I've spoken with, and yeah, so that's one thing I want to do. I also want to comment on the political environment as I see it, and I also am kind of going to be commenting on the drama. And I mean, I don't know, maybe I edited to do that more so. But I just kind of want to make a statement about how I perceive things and see how it's received. Because I do have like kind of a substantive critique of some of the stances taken by these individuals, and I do also have a critique of the style and kind of the, I don't know, like the method of conversation and the online internet. I mean, I have some things I want to say, but I don't know. That's such a different mix of goals that it's hard to say what I should or shouldn't post. There was an after party thing. But it doesn't appear to be uploaded. So we'll see. I'll get to that maybe. But I don't know. It's difficult. It is a difficult situation. It's one of those things where it becomes, people say like, oh, you should let the emotions cool down, and then people will continue to act in like a bad faith manner. Whereas I will kind of just sit here and let it go and be like, okay, that's fine. And then they'll keep saying wild things, and it's like, okay. Interesting. Okay, for real this time, 5 more minutes unless I see something crazy. I don't agree with everything you say, but you say things in a refreshing way sometimes. You know what? I appreciate that. Listen, that's what I really am trying to break through a lot of the norms, and sometimes I know I say I intentionally say things in a wacky way. Sometimes I say things in a very measured, articulate way. Sometimes I say things in like an offensive, blunt way, whatever. But I do all these things intentionally with purpose, usually. And so I appreciate you. Listen, I appreciate all my fans very much right now, okay? Because I have basically no fans. And, when the drama gets real, you appreciate your fans a lot more, okay? Especially when they start turning on you. It's a crazy time. Do I seem exhausted? Listen, today I'm especially exhausted, let's say. If I seem exhausted other times, then that's on you, okay? I have no comment on that, but I am definitely today. I am genuinely exhausted. That is a real thing. There's no seeming this time. I mean, listen, debates still happen, okay? Not as much though. It feels like there's a very repressive like don't debate. People are very much afraid of debating. But I don't know. I don't. I still don't understand why people are afraid of like certain. I don't know. Certain approaches to things, certain way of looking at things. Again, I feel like there's a lack of understanding for my position, and I'm putting all this effort into understanding the other position for like nothing in return. So what's the point? I'm just like wasting my time. But that's okay. Your drama is seeing him as grounded in intellectual honesty. Well, I mean, you think that. Um, I don't know if anyone else thinks that, but I'm glad you think that. I'm glad. I'm glad you think that there's a actual grounding for this dispute, because I think most people think it's like meaningless, dumb drama. So if you see why I care about it, then shout out to you, brave chatter. Would you do adversarial debates like Andrew Wilson? I mean, the Doug debate was pretty adversarial. Okay, I mean that was a pretty that was a pretty adversarial debate. Yeah, I definitely would. Not with Andrew Wilson. I've seen him before, and I think he's like super. He's the bad kind of debate bro I mentioned, where he will be like, "You don't fulfill your premises, thus your argument is wrong," and it's like it's just really boring. I don't care. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily refuse, but I would not seek that out in a million years. But other adversarial debates, yeah, I would do it. Um, I mean, I really am not like a full debate bro. Like, I really am not. I'm not interested in doing debates. I'm not interested in doing like winning debates. I'm only interested in doing that so much as I think there's something to reveal. Like, there's something that needs to be exposed. So, I'd be happy to debate people if that can happen. I haven't really figured out like who that would be that I would want to expose in some way, and not expose in the sense of like, I don't know, something stupid, but like truly genuinely like expose something about their thinking. And yeah, that wasn't even my attempt with Doug. With Doug, it was just like, well, we disagree on this, let's do it, I guess. But yeah, I mean there are other debaters who I would maybe have that feeling about. But honestly, guys, believe it or not, despite what people have told you, I actually like having discussions and good faith conversations more. Believe it or not, I do actually prefer that, as I say multiple times. It's not a meme. It's not a lie. I do actually prefer that. Unfortunately, I feel like those can't happen when people are lying and dishonest and whatever. But people don't understand that, I guess. It's another reason why I feel like exhausted with steel manning the other side, because I feel like I've demonstrated so much good faith in this space so far, and it was not reciprocated. Yeah, pretty much. They're like debaters nowadays are like they're trying to set up their like Exodia Magic deck, and they're trying to like own you with like the sickest Exodia, and they don't actually know how to play the game anymore because they just have this like specific setup they have to play and win. It's kind of crazy. It's but maybe it's always been like that to some extent, but yeah. So I'm really not a debate bro. I'm really not. I don't like that. I don't have any interest in that. I don't think there's some deep truth that's revealed in that. I just think people should say how they feel about things. That's all. And then sometimes you can wonder, like, okay, what if I did a slightly less unhinged? What if I did a slightly less unhinged response, right? Like, what if I was like a little bit less, a little bit more guarded, a little bit less, like less personal attacks, no edgy title and thumbnail. Like, if I just, you know, did a very and then I'm thinking like, does that am I gonna get like respect for that? Are people gonna be like, oh yeah, you're chill now? Maybe a few more. I'm sure I could grab a few more that way, but I don't think the people who I have a problem with are going to be convinced by that. I don't think so. I think they're going to be like they're going to have the same issue. They're just going to be more evasive about it because they don't have to be direct about it. Which in some sense that's actually the benefit of me being edgy is it brings out the truth of how they feel. Even though that truth is not necessarily reliant on how I expressed it. It's always a game of like I always want to point out like imagine if the situation was flipped, right? Like why is it always on me to calm down and be mature? And you're very young and you need to stop acting young. It's always on me. The onus is always on me to do that. But when people in the situation mess up severely, that's just like, well, you know, they messed up. What do you want me to say? It's like, okay, well, then I'm just messing up a lot, I guess. We're all just messing up. It's the logical consistency. It really is. It really is. It is about the consistency of these things, but and what it reveals about intent. But listen, I knew that I would never really I would probably not make friends here. I kind of knew that going in, so it is what it is. Okay, if you want to make friends, don't go to Marxist internet and talk to their heroes. That's not how you make friends. I can scratch that off the list of, you know, if anyone ever asks how to make friends, I'll tell them don't do that. That's one thing I've discovered in my life. If anyone has any, listen, I'm talking about the drama right now, so if anyone has any thoughts or questions about the drama or wants to put anything out there, just let me know. I'm of two minds on the drama right now. Part of me wants to just move on and never talk about it again, and I'm leaning towards that. That's like what I should probably do. And in that case, ask your questions now before I never talk about it again. Get it out there, okay? Ask away. Get it off your chest. But there's also a part of me that's like, no, I'm going to. There's going to be more. Not in terms of like another epic video, because I'm not obsessed with content. That's probably not what it means, but there has to be some sort of resolution to this. So I might not let it go. I might let it go. I'm not sure, but either way, listen. There's going to be a break. There's going to be a pause. I'm going to take some distance. So ask anything you like. I mean, did you see my most recent video? That's pretty much all the context. It's not like it's not a cohesive, it's not everything that could possibly be said. And there's some extra bonus content that I may or may not post a link to, but that's not fully up to me. But mostly you can just watch my recent video, and that's pretty much it. the missing context is that it might be hard to comprehend like the implications of a lot of these things. So I like to talk about smuggling in, right? So I would give a very simple example that's like that is like covering this drama in every inch. Is that people will often say something like, "Just let it go, man. People are hard to work with. You know, like it happens." And what they're smuggling into that is they think nothing wrong happened, and it's absurd that I even have any feelings about it. Right? That's the reality. The reality is they're saying that only because they think nothing happened. Now, on appearances, you may think, oh no, they're just trying to give you good advice. They're trying to give you good advice that things happen. But in reality, what they're smuggling in, the truth of the situation, is that they think it wasn't a big deal. It's that kind of situation. And yeah, I mean, maybe you guys will watch it and you will think it's unhinged and absurd, you know? And Godspeed to you. You can think that. Maybe don't watch it. No, you should watch it. And if you hate me, you hate me. Yeah, up to you. I mean, I'm kind of neutral on whether or not you guys watch it. Like, if you want to watch it, go for it. It definitely is where you can find out how I feel about these things. I'm also not going to say, like, don't watch it, because it is true. It is how I feel about things. But, yeah, I'm not going to say watch it right now, because it's so important. Because it's not. It's important within a certain sphere of things, but up to you. Up to you. Good luck. It is kind of funny, but that should not be the most important thing. All right, guys, listen. I'm gonna head out. I think. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Hopefully, we move on to something better. But we'll see. So, thank you for everyone for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I think you should understand that a lot of viewers will likely admire your public conversation, but you'll likely only hear the ones who don't like you. Yeah, that is part of it. There is, but it's also possible that a lot of the people who don't like me aren't typing either. So there's probably a lot more people who hate me and like me than I am aware of. So that I don't know if that's necessarily comforting, but you know, listen. Anyway, I appreciate the sentiment. Okay, I do appreciate the sentiment. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. And yeah, let me know. I don't know. I don't know what I mean by let me know, but hopefully there'll be some more content soon. I kind of want to like take a kind of a break, but also not really. I want to keep making content, so hopefully we'll have stuff soon. No promises because it's very difficult to find it, but yeah, new content hopefully soon. Hopefully real podcast soon. Maybe stream soon. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate your support, and I will see you sometime relatively